Like,
Now it's hot in here.
Everybody set. Special meeting of the Annapolis City Council on Monday, June 3rd, 2024 will be called to order at 12:02. At this time, please join us for the invocation given by Alderman O'Neill, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I just usually go to Holy Wonder.
I do. I keep it in my back.
all right. It is good to recognize how different we are, our talents, our dreams, our backgrounds, our occupations, our experiences. It is good to know that when we were created, the mold was broken. No one is exactly like anyone else. Even our thumbprint and our voice track tell us how unique we are. We are thankful for these differences and mobilize them for the good of the council and our community. In our differences, we can think the same thoughts and move together towards common goals.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley?
Here.
Alderwoman Tierney?
Here.
Alderwoman O'Neill?
Present.
Alderwoman Pendle Charles?
Present.
Alderwoman Finlayson?
Present.
Alderman Shannon Meyer? Alderman Gay? Alderman Savage?
Present.
Alderman Arnett?
Present.
City Attorney, please present the first on the agenda.
First item on the agenda is business and miscellaneous, beginning with ID 9824, a proposed closed session pursuant to the annotated Code of Maryland General Provisions Article Section 3305B9. The discussion topic is matters related to collective bargaining negotiations.
At this time, I entertain a motion pursuant to annotated Code of Maryland General Provision Article 3-305B9 to go into closed session.
So moved.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mayor Buckley?
Here.
Alderman Savage?
Aye.
Alderman Arnett?
Aye.
I'm
I don't
Alderman,
know why we're going into closed session.
Alderwoman Tierney?
What? What did you say?
Why are we going into closed session?
To discuss.
Because we're in the middle of union negotiations.
Okay.
Here.
I'm Alderwoman O'Neill?
Aye.
Alderman Pendle Charles?
Aye.
Alderman Finlayson?
Aye.
Alderman Shannon Meyer?
Aye.
Alderman Gay? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes.
City Manager?
Are we ready?
Yes, all set to go? next item on the agenda.
Yes, sir. The next item on the agenda is legislative action, beginning with first readers. The first resolution is R 2920. Oh, I'm sorry. The next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda.
Could I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved. Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
Yes, sir. The next item on the agenda is legislative action, beginning with first readers, R 2924.
Is there a motion to adopt R-29-24 on first reader?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. City Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
That's why I said yes.
Unless somebody, yeah. Thank
The
you.
next item on the agenda is legislative actions on second reader, beginning with R 1524, FY 2025 annual fee schedule.
Is there a motion to adopt R-15-24 on second reader?
Wait a minute.
We get a second.
Question, Mr.
Second.
Thank you. Alderman Gay.
Is this the amendment, amended version?
There is an amendment that's going to be put forward through the Finance Department. Is that right?
I have some too. Amendments. There's fee amendments.
Okay.
So, Jody Dickinson, Finance Director, we're talking about the fees, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yes, I have 7 amendments on my list. We can go through them in turn.
Okay, what is it? Can we start with the finance one, please? Director Dickinson?
Yes, this is to add to the fee schedule, a fee for non-maritime use related to water access incentives. This is something that was passed a while back and has not yet made it into the fee schedule formally. So it's a correction to the fee schedule.
Okay, can somebody move that, please?
So moved.
Are you going to speak to?
Point of information.
Sure. If you do, don't
That's what I'm doing, yeah. Yeah? So I was just going to ask someone to move that amendment for me, please, the one that's just been described by Finance, Alderman Shanamire. Did you move that?
I made the first motion, just needs to be seconded, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Need a second. Everybody clear on this? We're going to go through them one by one. Everyone clear on this first amendment? Alderman Gay?
Point of information, thank you very much for just clarity. Did our 24 have a vote just now, or?
First reader.
Okay. And so we are on Amendment 1 for R 1524.
Correct.
Awesome,
Yep.
thank you.
Okay, so
Okay, all those in favor of the First Amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 2.
Mr. Mayor, if I can help everyone, what you have on your desks here, you have a tracker sheet, okay? So that starts with 0724. On the second page is a tracker sheet for R 1524, which is what we're going over now. You also have in that packet every single amendment, starting with 0724. And at the back of that packet are the amendments that we're going over now. So that's going to be for R15. And that starts, and that looks like this. That's what we just voted on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I'll read.
Keep going.
I'll read number 2.
I'm a little confused.
Here you go. This is what.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you.
So I'm going to let you take it, Katie, and then it'll be introduced one at a time.
Yes, sir.
By the sponsor. Yep. Is that right? Are you?
I was going to read all of them.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think we'll probably want to vote on them one at a time. I think.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
we vote on them, then I read. So we vote on 2, then I would read 3, I would read 4, and you guys would vote each time in between.
Okay.
Thank
So you're going to read out 2 now? Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Amendment number 2 is an amendment proposed by the Finance Committee. It increases the fee for short-term rental license for type of premises listed in 1744010A, other than bed and breakfast homes, hotels, motels, or inns, increases that from $200 to $400.
So moved.
Need an explanation on that? Alderman Schnellmeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the Finance Committee, was this just to keep up with rising enforcement and compliance issues?
Alderman O'Neill?
Thank you very much. I can answer that. It was a suggestion by a constituent as we were reading through the short-term rental legislation. The increase will actually increase the fees coming into the city and will enable us to hire somebody to make sure that the short-term rentals are all in compliance, which was supported by the Director of Planning and Zoning.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Gay?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Will they be hired as a full-time city employee, or will there be a contract that is bid out?
It would be a contract.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no more questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Katie?
Right, amendment number 3. Alderwoman Tierney, it's for Gott's Garage. It increases the employee evening rate from $3 to $5 with coupon.
Oh, I move. So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Alderman Schnellmeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing how how maintenance costs are increasing, especially for garages, I think this is a very modest increase, and I think it makes a lot of sense. I'd encourage my colleagues to support.
Thank you. Alderman Gay?
Just for clarity for the sponsor, I am supporting the intent of the legislation, but voting against the amendment just based off of the testimony that we've had from both business owners and employees and concerns with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
May I? This is in response to that, Alderman Gay. They wanted a fixed rate, and this has been implemented, I believe I don't see Director Moore here, but I believe for the last.
Speak into your microphone, sorry.
Oh, I'm not speaking. It's been implemented in response to that business association's concern, not being able to give them Hillman Garage, and this has been deemed to be successful so far. Yeah, that's true too. If they're in at a certain time, they're able to stay there indefinitely because there was concern about having tips in their pocket and, walking and all that. So this is they're happy with the time. You can see as long as they exit by 6 a.m.
So they exit by 6, but was it originally enter after 3, exit by 6, you pay $3? It's the same rules, but you pay $2 more?
No, it's not. The $3 was not till 6 a.m.
Okay, that helps me a
No,
lot.
that's
Started at 3 p.m.
right. This starts at 3, but that started.
This says noon, between noon and 5.
You're confusing me, right?
Enter between noon and 5, approximately 6 a.m.
Oh, okay, the summary is wrong. Okay, yeah.
I think you get to enter earlier, right?
You can enter earlier. You can enter by noon. Before it was 3. The summary sheet is incorrect. Sorry, I was thrown by that.
So it expands it, it gives it into it. Okay, all right,
Yeah,
perfect. Thank
yeah.
you.
So I'm making sure that I'm modifying this properly. What's your intention? Can you read the Gott's Garage on the actual amendment?
It's correct. It's phrased correctly on the 8.5 by,
On the-
this long sheet.
Okay.
It's phrased, it's correct.
So then
on
it
this sheet.
should read, I'm sorry, enter between noon and 5 p.m., exit by 6 a.m.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's correct on this sheet.
Point of information then, Mr. Mayor or City Attorney. In that case, for procedural purposes, since Amendment 3 has been moved and seconded, on the actual amendment sheet, it is not written incorrectly. Do we need to make a floor amendment? On actual Amendment 3 that we have on this form.
It's incorrect.
It
On
is
the
not
8.5.
written as the sponsor intended. Do we need to make a floor amendment for that, or?
That's how we've handled it in the past.
Okay.
Okay.
So I move that we revise the 8.5 by 11 description of Amendment 3 to read as follows. Revise, I'm basically reciting what's on this 8.5 by 14. Revise Gott's Garage employee rate, enter between noon and 5 p.m., exit by 6 a.m., which increase existing $3 to $5 flat rate. So verbatim what it says here. Somebody
Second.
Give a second for that. Thank you. Before we vote on it, Alderman Annette, I think.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm confused. First of all, the sheets say with coupon. The tracking sheet doesn't say with coupon, but I'm curious why we want to raise the cost to employees to park. I mean, first of all, I'm assuming this isn't city employees. These are employees for Annapolis businesses.
Right.
Why would
Yeah,
we
it's-
want to charge them more?
I think we've given them more leeway. We've given them daytime hours, which are generally more expensive
Yeah,
than
we've
nighttime
extended.
hours. So it's still a deal, right? It's a huge deal of $5, you know.
It's parking.
I mean, what I've been hearing from businesses is that
Director Moore's here.
this payment for parking is still owner. These are mainly host people, and they're largely lower paid people. So I'm trying to figure out, do we need more income for GOTS, or why are we increasing the amount we're charging?
I guess I
Can we
would
get the
have
director
Director
to come forward if you like, please?
Thank you, Ross.
Yes. Good afternoon. Marcus Moore, Director of Transportation. To give you a little background on the parking garages and the programs that we have for business or employees of local businesses. Let's start from the furthest away, which is Park Place. That's $3 with a coupon, and I'll talk more about what that coupon is. They can come in at any time for $3 all day. The Gott's Garage used to be $3 also, but you had to come in between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. So what we did was extend the hours back in, I want to say October, November of last year, to come in between 12 noon and 5 p.m., still staying at $3, and that was a pilot program. So it expires or sunsets on June 30th. So on July 1, come in between 12 noon and 5 p.m., it's $5, which is still a really good deal, out by 6 p.m., 6 a.m. the next morning. Our Hillman Garage here, there's a new program that's been put in place for employees of local businesses as well. They buy a monthly subscription Monday through Thursday. It's $110 a month. If they use it for all the days, which will be 4 days a week or 20 days in a month, it comes out to be $6.85 a month. So you can see the further away you go, and it's still serviced by the free Magenta shuttle, $3, $5, $6.85. So the coupons are for the local businesses. They can buy them at a discount and offer that discount to their employees. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Are these the yellow, those yellow tags?
No, something similar. It is a coupon like that, but they can purchase them from SP Plus for the three garages that we're speaking of. I didn't really mention of Knighton, but Knighton's a part of it. But Park Place and GOTS is they will get a coupon that they can give to their employee. They buy them in groups of, I want to say 100, like 55 cents or something like that. But that gives their employee a discounted parking at that garage.
In the specific coupon that they have, well, basically, the machine will identify them as an employee so that they're able to get the $5 rate?
Well, remember, to be identified as the employee, they're going to get it from their employer. So then when they put their coupon, however that works, when they pull a coupon right now at GOTS, because Knighton has gone gateless. They pull that coupon, when they put it back in, they put another coupon in with that, and it'll say, you know, what they're due to pay, which would be the $5.
So,
On my net,
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm still very confused. Is it that the employer is paying for the coupon?
The employer pays for the discounted coupon, and the employee will pay for that discounted price. So the employer buys them at a bulk. So each day, their employees, they can give them out to them, one for each day. And then they would pay what that rate is, which would be at GOTS, $5, at Park Place, $3.
But I'm struck because with the comprehensive plan, we're concerning ourselves with both people for affordable housing, but for this workforce people who are having a hard time paying for their housing, and we're going to increase the amount they're paying. It seems like we're not being consistent across ponds here. Comp plan, we're worrying about all the people who are in the host industry and are struggling to find housing, but we're increasing their parking rate. Is GOTS running short of revenue?
No, it's not running short of revenue. We want to maximize what we can without hurting anybody, of course. But for $5, if you come in at noon all the way to 6 a.m. the next day, that's a pretty good deal, as you're still very close to downtown. And then we look at right beside us here, $6.85 is for the whole day as well. So looking at parity of parking, as you get closer to our downtown area, the $5 is what they were asking for before as well. So remember, they were coming in between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. to get the $3. So now we expanded it because a lot of those folks that will be working the afternoon are coming in after 12, but clearly well before 3 to set up. So it was really the time they come in and for the time that they're allowed to stay, which is before 6 a.m., so 5:59 a.m. the next morning.
Okay, I'm not sure I still understand it, but I think I'm inclined to vote no for myself.
It's less than $1 an hour, way less than $1 an hour. So, I mean, spend that much money on a coffee, people do.
As long as you're willing for your restaurants to pick up the tab.
I'm sure there's a deal for them, Alderman O'Neill.
Thank you very much. Can I add to that, if I might? One of the things that changed when we pulled the Noah Hillman garage down is that no longer are the streets of Annapolis surrounding in Districts 1 and 2 free. So restaurant employees were parking, paying for 2 hours, and then having to move their car to a different zone to pay for another 2 hours.
Right.
Often it would be $8, $10, $12 by the end of their shift. They're leaving their restaurant, so they're leaving if they're in a restaurant, or they're leaving their place of business. This allows them to come in and park for $5, not have to worry about moving their car every 2 hours, and it actually costs them less than trying to park on the city streets, which the residents are railing against because the residents don't feel that they have enough parking. We have more parking permits than we have that have been issued than we actually have parking spaces. So it alleviates the problem in the neighborhood and in Districts 1 and 2 specifically. And it allows the restaurant and retailer workers to park someplace that's a little bit closer than Park Place, because they talked about the long distance to going to Park Place, especially when they were ending their shift at 1 or 2 in the morning. And it gives them the opportunity to choose whether they want to be super close and pay $6.85, or they want to go a little bit farther out and take the shuttle in. So it helps on both sides.
There's two things going on. We're increasing the amount of time that they can park in GOTS.
Correct.
But we're also increasing the rate. So does the amendment to the fee schedule, can it increase the amount of hours that they can take advantage and leave the rate at $3?
Part of our fees, as I've always been told, is that they do cover cost of service. So in servicing the garage, right now GOTS Garage is in desperate need of, I believe, a new elevator, which should be going in anytime. Waterproofing, things like that. So our fees do cover the cost of maintenance. Also keeping in mind that if a restaurant has 20 employees and they're all parking in the garage, that's 20 spots that we don't have for visitors.
Yeah, no, I like the idea of taking the pressure off the neighborhood. Believe me, when we get structured parking in Ward 8, but I just am concerned about the need to raise the fee, but
Alderman Shanamar, then Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to kind of do a cost breakdown here. We're looking at an extra 14 to 18 hours of parking in total, and for a $5 fee, that breaks down to, if you're doing the 14-hour one, 36 cents an hour to store your car in downtown Annapolis, which has some of the highest land values in the East Coast. I think this is a pretty great deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Gay.
Thank you. Just for the director, why not just allow employees to park free? They're coming downtown, providing a service for the tourist and for the city residents. Your average shift is 6 hours. You're working part-time as a waiter or waitress or a host. You're making $3.50 an hour, albeit you do get some decent tips, I guess. Why not just do this one thing for the employees? We'll make up the revenue either through grants, which we would hope that your department is applying for, or tourism.
Well, part of that, Alderman Gay, is you as legislators can make that decision. But we got to look at the revenue that comes in from parking that offsets or funds the parking contractors. Because once upon a time, PEOs, or parking enforcement officers, came under the police department, then ADOT, and it was outsourced to companies that can do it better than we can and more efficiently. So one of the things that we need to look at is we don't get a lot of those grants or the ARPA or CARES funds anymore, other ways to look at non-fare revenues of how we can sustain for the transportation fund, and the parking fund helps out with that. But those are things that you guys might want to consider. But where does the money come from if you lose that type of revenue? How do you have control over it, that is really an employee that worked that many hours or that day at all, or just coming down to partake of some other activity? So there's a little bit of control there without giving away the farm per se.
were you proposing to amend the amendment?
I will propose to amend the amendment if we can make a friendly amendment on the floor. But out of respect for my colleague, I will not.
We're trying to encourage them all to park in Eastport, but.
They used to. They used to.
Voluntarily?
Just very
Don't have to pay for anything.
quickly. And number one, this program has been in use and has been accepted. I think you remember when we had testimony every council meeting about parking needs of restaurant workers. So this has, would you say, been successful since it's been in operation?
I would say you're agreeing.
So, but the other thing to keep in mind too is fees, as my colleague Alderman O'Neill said, cover the cost. The garages are older, they need repair. We have our parking officers that need to be paid. And after all of that, anything left over goes to our net operating transportation fund. So in response to Alderman Arnett's about the comp plan and all that, we need to support our transportation, which would be an ideal solution to these workers if they had microtransit or whatever to get to work. But we are where we are, and we're trying to get to that sweet spot, if you will.
Thank you. And I want to commend the director. I mean, I think that ever since I've been in this city, the challenge of employees parking in the neighborhood has always been talked about. And I think you're funneling them to where we want people to park. And so I think that, in my view, it's very reasonable, a reasonable rate for a downtown of a state capital. Thank you for your work. And the committees that worked on it as well. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Okay, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Abstain.
Thank you.
Amendment number 4, sponsored by Alderwoman Tierney. It's for Park Place Garage. It increases the daily rate up to 1 hour for non-resident from $1 to $2.
So moved.
Second.
Self-explanatory.
Alderman Shanamar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize for not picking up the self-explanation, but at least it's not on the fee part. What is our definition of non-residents? Is that in Park Place community itself, or is that in the garage?
Wait a minute, I'm still,
Or city of Annapolis, I mean.
wait a minute. Say again?
Is our definition of non-resident, is that in the Park Place, is that applied to everyone who does not live in the Park Place complex itself?
Oh, God, no.
Or is that
No,
to
no.
city of Annapolis?
No. This garage is a city garage. It has nothing to do with the Park Place condominium. We had a TIF thing years ago. It's a purely a public garage, so non-resident is a non-city resident.
Thank you, and I apologize if this is a silly question. How are we determining resident status on this?
Well, now that it's gone gateless, smoothly so, I might add. It's license plate recognition is how they determine.
Thank you.
So the license plate reader is going to read just a regular Maryland license plate and be able to verify which county it came from?
I think it's the same process that we use at the Knighton garage. You have to register as.
Oh, okay, you register in the
Yeah.
app. Okay.
Yeah,
If you don't register, you're going to pay that rate, right?
yeah.
We know who you
All right,
are. and where
all
you
those
live.
in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Amendment number 5, sponsored by Alderwoman Tierney.
Yeah.
Adjust Hillman Garage rates. It inserts the active fee schedule per the concession agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Not much we can do with this.
All right. Okay, Alderman Gay.
Can just curious on the lost ticket, do they allow appeal process for that? Or you just
Appeal?
have to pay $60 outright?
Appeals are always, that's the law. They can appeal.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
No lost.
Alderman Shannemeyer.
Thank you. Since the garage is gateless, lost ticket is somewhat of a moot point as
Oh,
well.
good point.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious.
But
Should we amend to remove the lost ticket?
That might have been in the agreement. I don't want to put Director Moore on the spot, but I might need to,
Sorry,
The gate's not
Director
down yet.
Moore.
it might be,
I would keep it till the gate's down. It's not down yet.
No, this is for Hillman, yeah.
Oh,
Hillman.
Hillman, I thought you was Park Place still. Okay.
Sorry, Director Moore, it states lost tickets. We don't do tickets anymore there.
Could amend that.
That's correct, Director Moore, Transportation. Lost tickets for Park Place?
no, Hillman, when we reiterated the concession agreement pricing, was it our intent to leave lost ticket or delete it? I don't know. if that-
Probably should delete it
Yeah.
because the license plate reader, LPR, is going to catch the person coming in, no matter what state it is, and going out and value that time.
Okay, so that was just an oversight on
Yes.
our part.
Oversight.
So I would like to propose a floor amendment, if I
May
may.
I?
Ooh, hi.
May I? Sorry.
Yeah.
Does that apply to coupons as well?
No parking.
Coupons at Park Place?
At Hillman?
Excuse me, keep going.
Are there no more coupons at Hillman?
We're on
Right
Hillman
now,
now.
there's none.
Should
There
we
should
strike that as
be
well?
just, can I take a look at that? As far as the QR code to scan for the discounts, let's take a look at this here. Thank you.
This was the lost ticket.
Yeah,
one, so
yeah.
we'll cross that out.
That one's crossed out, yeah.
And then the coupon for parking shops.
Gotcha, okay. Yeah, that one will definitely, I need to do a little more research, a reminder on that, but there should be a QR code that will allow the park, shop, and dine that is still being used here. And as we have gone gateless and Park Place, will be the same kind of event. They'll be able to have a coupon that we can give a flat rate at Park Place, and the same thing for here. So the same kind of thing that they would issue depending on which parking contractor it is. So it really wouldn't be a coupon per se, but it could be at that same amount. So if I can do a little call or check into exactly how that's going to work, but it won't be a physical coupon that they would insert to anywhere. So when you think of coupon, that's going to follow a ticket that came out of a machine. So that's when I look at the coupon that way. That's kind of antiquated in both of these gateless systems.
What you could do is amend the amendment, which we hate that verbiage, right? But you could strike the lost ticket from this one and then keep the coupon for now and then come before them with the another resolution.
Can we say that if these are coming out of the concession agreement itself, I would hesitate to amend anything until we find out what's behind this. There could be something we're missing.
That's a real good point.
Either way, if there are no tickets, I don't think it's applicable, so I'm not sure it hurts anything to leave it the way it is.
For now, yes.
Pasted it from
there or something. Probably did, yeah.
All right, no friendly amendment. It's good, let's vote on this. Thanks, Director. Okay, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Jody, not revised? Not revised? Amendment number 6.
So move.
Second.
Okay.
I like the ones that go like that. All those in favour say aye. Sorry, did you have some questions?
I was going to speak to it, but if it's not
It just got
necessary,
moved
I'm good.
pretty fast. It sounds like everybody's on board, so.
Is the director on board?
But
Yes.
the director's, I think this is
Ms.
through the
Johnson.
director, right?
Well, while she's coming, if I might,
While you're
I
here,
shared-
thank you. Welcome.
I shared my amendments with Ms. Johnson, and the increases in other areas will offset the loss from the decreases I'm proposing.
Good afternoon. For the record, Rosalind Johnson, Director of Recreation and Parks. Yes, the Alderwoman has collaborated with our department, and we are in agreement of the fee increases, but the decreases to our recommended fee increases. So as she submitted it, we are in support of it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Gay?
Thank you so much. Clarity. A Truxton Park Picnic Pavilion, which a lot of people use for birthday parties, et cetera, in the city. So the cost of that is going from $150, I'm sorry, $125 to $150. And Pavilion 1 is going from $175 to $200. Am I reading that accurately? Amendment number 6.
Yep.
Correct, yes.
Annapolis Walk community facility rental is going from $45 an hour to $125.
Yep. But it comes with a keg of beer.
That's what it says here, yep.
And Alderwoman Finlayson is proposing it to be 65 for city resident and 70 for non-resident.
Thank you.
See those columns at the top?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
sir.
where I needed clarity. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
With the security deposit for Annapolis Walk as well as Truxton Park.
And so, yeah, it'll really only, well, $265, which is applicable. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
And while you're here, how does that compare to the county rates at Quiet Waters?
It's still less. We looked at Quiet Waters, we looked at the entrance cost, and we also looked at the parking fees that the renter could pay for the facility ahead of time, or if people had to pay, it's still considerably less. And we did have to add the security deposit because at Truxton Park in particular, we have no amplified music, and oftentimes people are playing amplified music and there is no penalty. So at least this way, we would be able to penalize them. Opening weekend, Memorial Day, I drove by and they were playing amplified music. So it's something that often happens, and we have an agreement with the community. So it's in an effort to stop that.
That was probably Alderman Gay. Alderman Gay?
It very well could have been, and I'm concerned about that. So you mean to tell me I'm renting out a pavilion for a birthday party, which typically has kids, families, and I can't play the cha-cha slide?
That is correct. You cannot play the cha-cha slide. And you can't have amplified music because the neighbors hear that music. For similar reasons, we don't have movie night at the pool either because of the music coming from the movies. And so that's an agreement that predates myself, but it's one that we certainly will uphold.
I look forward to submitting legislation, hopefully to reverse that. That's crazy. You rent a place to host a party, and they don't let you pay music, and you keep my $200?
You can use your
It's a refundable.
silent disco.
Yeah, silent discos are in.
Silent disco.
All right, thank you, Director.
Why don't we do that for these too?
Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Amendment number 7, stormwater fee increase. So just to walk you through this document here, what we have, the top schedule is what is currently in the FY25 proposed. The bottom schedule is what Alderman Savage is proposing.
So moved.
Second.
Alderman Shanamai?
Thank you. Quick clarification, non-residential, that's just commercial space, industrial, just anything that's not any of our various residential districts?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thanks for that work, thank you, appreciate that. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
That concludes the amendments for R1524.
Okay, is there a motion to move that as amended?
Second?
I think we're going to postpone a vote on it, but we need to just.
Excuse me, Jody. Aren't we just moving the amendments today, and then you guys are going to do a
Correct.
corrective amendment, so we're not doing anything after we approve the last?
Correct. On Monday, we'll be bringing all of these pieces of legislation with the amendments, the successful amendments presented, and a balancing amendment that'll summarize all the past amendments together, and pass it all together.
Thank you.
Point of order question? Does that require a motion to postpone, or are you just able to executive push it back?
I can just say we will postpone action of R1524 until the regular meeting scheduled on Monday, June 10th.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just need to clarify. It's not necessary to have a balancing amendment for this legislation. We could do it today if we wanted to. It's not how we typically do it, but you can because it's a resolution, and there's no need to change any of this information for final passage.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, I think we'll just keep. Yeah, next item, yeah.
Okay, next item is R1624, FY 2025 annual fines schedule.
There are no amendments for the fines.
Is there a motion to adopt?
Where are we? Okay. All right.
Motion to adopt.
Just need a motion to adopt in a second.
So moved.
Second.
No motions. Do we not vote on that, or do we vote on that?
You can vote on it if you want. No need to postpone.
Okay, there's no amendments, so we can vote on that. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Shouldn't it be a roll call?
Or is it a roll call? Sorry.
It's on second reading. Okay, Mayor Buckley,
Aye.
Alderman Savage,
Aye.
Alderman Arnett, Alderwoman Tierney,
Aye.
Alderwoman O'Neill,
Aye.
Alderwoman Kendall Charles,
Aye.
Alderman Finlayson,
Aye.
Alderman Shanamaya,
Aye.
Alderman Gay.
Aye.
Thank you.
Did you almost confuse me up with Rob again?
Because of
Is that
your
nice-
suit.
Nice new suit,
But there were no papers because there are no amendments to it.
delegate.
Trump.
Mr. City Attorney, please present the next on the agenda.
Yes, sir. The next item on the agenda is R1724, FY 2025 position classifications and pay plan.
Is there a motion to adopt R-17-24 on second reader?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And
Yeah.
amendments.
So
We're on our
on,
desk, I believe.
you don't have a list before you that has these amendments listed. However, you do have the amendments in hand. So there's, I think, 5, and we'll go through them in turn. Cynthia passed them out earlier.
Cynthia? Everybody have this one?
Yeah.
It's 5. Yeah. At the top.
Mr. Mayor, while they're looking, can I ask a question of the director?
So these are cleanup amendments, right? Is that,
No, these are the pay scales, so let's, the R1724 introduced, originally just put the N scale in.
right?
And in the interim, we've had the unions approve their pay scales. So some of these amendments are introducing union pay scales to add to the budget. And then there's a second one that helps us take out the executive pay scale that we originally recommended.
So this is what gets us not to have the executive pay scale on here, everyone. I'm going to go through it.
So the first one is the fire IAFF agreed pay scale. Everybody ready? Got the packets in front of you?
So I just want to make sure everyone has this in front of them first before we move it, right? Do you have it? Alderman Arnett? Alderman Finlayson?
Point of information, are we looking at what's in blue, or am I moving ahead?
No, blue would show you the new information that's being added.
Okay.
My copy here doesn't have blue on it because I don't have a color copy. So, but I will walk you through each amendment and tell you what's crossed out and what's new, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, Amendment 1 is, it changes the Annapolis firefighter pay scales to match the city's 2024 agreement with the firefighters union. And if you notice, the first page has the old scale crossed out, and the back page has it's got the new scale, including all the steps, including F18 and 20 added. So the first scale has just up through F18, and then the next scale adds the F20. But that second scale, don't look at it until Amendment 2.
So move.
All right.
Make a motion. Second. R1724 Amendment 1.
Second. To move it? Yeah. And second?
Yes.
The roll call, isn't it?
No, we have to he moved amendment number 1. He already moved the resolution. So we seconded the amendment number 1.
Okay, we'll vote on it now. Alderman Gay?
Thank you so much. Just clarification for my purposes. What we're voting on in Amendment 1 was what we just discussed in closed session?
Correct.
And so we're doing fire and ASME, not police.
Now, but ASME's coming in Amendment 3.
So, but we're doing fire, ASME, no police.
Not yet. You're correct. No police today.
Okay.
Alderman Pendell Charles, then Alderman Arnett.
I have an awful question to ask. Why do our employees start this new pay scale on July 4th and not July the 1st?
That is the beginning day of the first full pay period in the month of July. Our pay periods begin on Thursday.
Okay.
And our first pay period in July begins on July 4th.
Okay. Thank you.
Alderman Arnett?
I'm still trying to understand what we're looking at because we've got 4 pages here. On the second page, there's things at the top that are blue, and then down and below, there's blue for the F20.
Okay, so these were drafted by the Office of Law, and the second scale on here, with the blue line on the bottom, is what we're considering in Amendment 2. So please, when you're looking at this amendment, only look at the top scale.
Looking at page 2 of 2?
Yes.
All right, so will we be,
So in Amendment 2, we'll talk about that second table with the blue line. Do we need to remove the second table for this amendment?
We didn't adopt Amendment 1 yet.
Yeah, we don't have to, we could just vote on it, right?
Yeah,
We're going to be on
it's not-
amendment number 2, yeah.
It's not relevant at this point.
But it will be in a second. Alderman Finlayson.
So Amendment 2 is just dealing with the second chart that adds step F20.
No, it deals with that first one on the top. That's just what we talked about during our union
Okay,
discussions.
so that's in blue, that goes to F18.
What did I say?
Which is the top, this top one.
Oh, yeah, yes, please just look at that one.
Please what?
Please just refer to that one.
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
I thought it was the second one, but we're only
No,
talking about the
correct.
first. Okay, just want a clarification. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Is this on first reader?
Second reader.
Then why are we voting, why aren't we doing roll call? Well, we're doing
This is
amendments,
just for
okay.
Amendment 1.
Yeah, just Amendment
Yeah.
1. Yeah.
Good.
Ready?
Yep. Okay, well, let's move on to amendment number 2.
Okay, so Amendment 2, this strikes our originally proposed executive level pay grade, and then it adds those management level employees back to the N scale, the F scale, and the P scale, as they would have been had we not introduced the executive scale.
Thank you.
So as you notice, you've got the executive pay range crossed out. You've got the P scale on here, adding P20. You've got the non-represented scale, adding N19 and N20. And then I think and then that's where the fire schedule with the added F20 comes into play from the earlier amendment. That's supposed to be on Amendment 2. To add F20 on to the scale.
So,
So in this case, I think you might want to amend this amendment to move that scale over here with the F20 line on it.
Alderman Savage, would you move that to friendly amendment to?
Can you repeat the friendly amendment?
On
Do I have to
attached
move
to
it?
Amendment 1, you had a second pay scale that did not belong there. It actually belongs at the end of Amendment 2.
So
Do
moved.
Can you move that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Alderman Annette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm kind of confused on the public safety. We're not. Pardon?
Throw out the last 2 pages. They're not actually right.
Oh, they're not what?
It's a different amendment. Page 2. You only want this.
are
So-
we amending 1 or 2, Jody? Sorry.
We're on Amendment 2.
Amendment number 2.
No, I know that, but are we adding A20 to Amendment 1? Amendment 2 has A20.
We're moving the table to amendment 2.
So you're saying A20, I don't think you mean A20?
F20, I mean, sorry,
F20, yes.
Is on Amendment.
The second table that was on Amendment 1 should be added to Amendment 2. And the only change is it adds the fire chief back to the F scale.
Because we took away the executives, and so that's why P20 and F20 are being added, because we don't have executive pay scales anymore.
Right, and I definitely appreciate that.
So Amendment 1 did.
Yeah, it's on
Fire.
there. Right.
Yes. Union
Amendment
negotiations
2.
with fire.
Amendment 2 is doing police and non-represented?
Director Dickinson.
Yes, Amendment 2 is meant to take out the executive scale and add those executive employees back to the scales they were originally on, N, P, or F.
But I'm seeing, I don't really know what I'm seeing, but I'm seeing the police in blue for adding the P20 back, But I'm also seeing the N.
Yes, and 19 and 20 are added, because 19 is where the HR manager and the ITS manager are N19s, and the rest of the department directors are N20s.
But is this assuming that we've approved the N pay scale? Because I don't think we've taken that up.
So this is the original resolution in which the pay scale was introduced. So this is an amendment to that resolution, and the final vote on that resolution has not yet happened.
Alderman Gay?
Thank you so much. All right, I'm getting what you're putting down. We took away the executive scale, and the Ns are office managers. The P20 is the police chief, F20 is the fire chief. Fantastic. So we're just putting them back where they were moved.
Correct.
Last question, though. I had an amendment when we moved to the executive scale to include the OEM director in the executive scale because he was excluded at first. So by this logic, he would.
So by that.
Sorry, we don't identify employees. By this logic, the individual would be removed or go from executive or go from the executive scale with the other public safety officials now back to N20.
Where that person currently is. That position currently is an N20, so is, and the police and the fire chiefs are on their own scales, but right now the highest level we have on that scale is N20, and that's where that position is.
We matched the Office of Emergency Management, which is a public safety office, to the same pay scale as the...
Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Manager. What our hope is that with this basically removing everything back to status quo prior to the scale and continue the review process that was begun and bring it back to the council at a later date when everything is completed. So it may be addressed at that time, but we're not proposing to change a particular department director's scale. We're just putting everybody back to the current scale for the time being. It may not change. You may decide to turn it down when it's completed, but it basically keeps everybody on the same footing until the issue is resolved one way or another with the E scale.
Thank you. Alderman Savage?
Just quick on that from our colleague. No, I don't have an opinion on that at the moment, position on that, but I think we need to make sure we separate. This amendment, this legislation has nothing to do with specific classifications as far as what position gets paid what grade. This just puts everybody on the new pay scale at their existing grade, existing classification. So I hear you on that question, but I think we have to deal with that separately with the amendments that we have on the next ordinance.
So my question though then is, because we are, and I know there's difference, all of these comp plans or craps that we have going on. So will we vote on the executive scale by June 10th? Or will we have an amendment proposed for the executive scale? So so no executive scale, they just go back to the original. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, correct. The idea is to go use the original scale before the E scale came in, give time to further review the E scale, bring it back to the body for discussion next month or the month after we're off, and then make a decision at that time, which may very well address the issue that you're talking about.
And Alderman Gay, to the other amendment that you were proposing, if we get there and this is passed and there's no more executive scale, you can decide to either withdraw it or pause on that idea or concept till later.
Thank you so much.
Alderman O'Neill?
Thank you very much. Can I just ask on the amendment summary where it says Amendment 2, 1 strikes the proposed executive level pay grade. Number 2 says adds new pay grades to the non-represented N, police P. Can we add F fire? Since it does include F fire. Thank you.
Still have to add N20.
Alderman Arnett.
I'm sorry, but I am still incredibly confused because we have two documents, Amendment 1 and Amendment 2, that have multiple pages. It's my understanding that Amendment 1 that we just passed refers only to page 1 and page 2, none of the other attached pages.
Minus the table.
I mean, the amendment is before us. Amendment 1 refers only to pages 1 and 2.
Yes.
And that was passed. Now, Amendment 2 also only refers to pages 1 and 2. It does two different things. It approves the new pay scale for police and the new pay scale for the non-represented.
So amendment,
Director Dickinson?
Amendment 2, the police scale there is still the current police scale because we haven't had a new police scale yet. So what you're looking at is the current scale with the P20 added back on.
Oh, God.
And it also includes the changes to add executives back into the as yet to be approved.
Correct, that's adding that P20 line there that should be in blue on your copy. Adds the chief back onto the current pay scale until we have a new pay scale.
So an underlying question I have is why for police and fire do we not have a step 19, but for the N, which I'm assuming includes the Office of Emergency Management, am I correct there? We do have a N19?
No, the N19 is for the HR manager and the ITS manager. Every other department director is in the N20 class, including the director of OEM. And there's no 19 on P and F scale because at some point in the past, they decided they didn't need that grade for those employees, and I do not know the background on that. We haven't had a 19 in those scales as long as I've been here.
So OEM is part of the N schedule?
N20, yes.
And we'll get to classification questions at some point.
I know.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Alderman Tierney?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so Amendment 1 is standalone, and it addresses specifically...
The fire, new scale on fire.
Okay. So Amendment 2, thank you for addressing it. I think I created a fuss about the executive though, so you deleted that, but my understanding is that the executive pay range was outside of the union classifications. I mean...
Correct.
Okay, good. So...
That's why we have to add all this back, because we took them off originally.
Right, so you're adding it back, and so what you want Alderman Savage to do is do a floor amendment to, you don't have A20. You have to add back A20, is that what you're saying?
No, because
we've...
So remember that we've divided those scales now. AFSCME scale is now the A scale, and the non-reps are on their own scale, their N scale, right?
Right.
So we're gonna, all the non-represented employees are gonna be on the N scale going forward, so
you have an N20 there.
Yeah, and the friendly amendment from Alderman Savage actually takes the F scale, right? There, on the first amendment, there were actually 2 tables on that second page. There should have only been one that went to F18 because the addition of F20 actually belongs with Amendment 2. So that friendly amendment was to take that second part of Amendment 1 that adds the F20 back in and makes it part of Amendment 2.
Have we done that? I don't know if
I'm going to just call it all out at one time.
Yeah,
We're going to vote on it with the scale added back in from page 2, right, that we identified
Whatever that was.
professionally.
So right now, we're only doing amendments. Next Monday,
Yeah.
we'll see all of this cleared up.
Yep.
Correct.
Okay. All those in favor with the scale added back in, thank you, Alderman Savage, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Do we have a tracker for R17?
Ready? We want to move to Amendment 3?
Yes.
Okay, so on Amendment 3, this one keeps the E-grade executive pay range crossed out, which we did in Amendment 2, and it replaces the AFSCME pay scale with the collective bargaining agreement scale, according to the agreements that we discussed earlier. And as you notice, we have the A scale crossed out, and we've added a pay scale for the A grades that are within the union classifications, A4 through A12.
Somebody like to move that?
So
No
moved.
questions?
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Amendment number 4A.
Okay, I'll read it, but this is Alderwoman Tierney's amendment, and I don't know how you want to address this, having what we just passed. This amendment delays the city council vote on changes recommended by the administration to the position classifications and pay plan until after the completion and consideration of the classification and compensation study.
Right. I don't think it's necessary now. If we voted yes, and to clarify, Alderman Arnett, we are voting on the amendments. These are yea or no nay votes on the amendments. We're not going to have a chance to go back to them. So logically, if the council has approved I guess specifically Amendment 2, deleting the E scale, which is good, and then refining the other scales accordingly, then my proposal to hold monies, the intent of this was we don't have the information we need as far as classification and comp study. They're excluding the union negotiations because those are pretty critical. This says we're going to just put whole dollars in the budget for all the other classifications other than union agreements, and then have the opportunity to come back when we do get the comp and classification study to take another look at it and then vote accordingly. That's what this amendment does. But if the council has chosen to vote yes on the redistribution of the E salaries, then this resolution doesn't serve a purpose unless you want it to supersede the other amendments. And City Attorney Michael Lyles is shaking his head. I thought I had it right. Okay, yeah. So it's not necessary because, for the record, the scales were approved, right?
Alderman Arnett first, then Alderman Gay.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure it's appropriate to discuss this unless it's been moved and seconded, but I would like to, I'll move it if someone will second it, because I think we do need some further discussion along the lines of what we had during the closed session.
I'll move the amendment.
Second.
Yeah, no, we should discuss it.
Okay, you can start discussing it.
There were a lot of sleepless nights over this.
Can we have discussion?
Yeah, you want to be heard? Alderman Arnett, thank you.
So I am concerned that we're moving forward with this without benefit of seeing the analysis done by the contractor that we've hired who did the comparative studies. We've had offline discussion of the comparative studies and the relative merits of that, but we have not seen what the consultant said about that, why they chose the counties they did, why they chose, in the case of one organization, the one municipality they did, and so forth. This is coming very quick. It is changing rapidly. It's very hard to even keep track of these amendments as they're going through. And I do not understand how we can have the information from the contractor used to strike the budget, but it cannot be shared with the council. I understand in the case of one union who we haven't completed the negotiations with, but I don't think that's relevant to the underpinning information from the contractor. And as I understand it, the analysis that's outstanding from the contractor has to do with classification, not with compensation. So again, I don't understand why it can be used by the administration, be used to strike the budget, but not be shared with the council, who has the ultimate responsibility for passing the budget. And that's why I have sympathy with the underlying sentiment of this resolution. We have foregone, by virtue of the administration striking negotiations with the unit, it has precluded the council's ability to have any say on those union negotiations for the pay schedule. I object to that. I resent that. I don't think that is fair or respectful treatment of the council, but that's done. But we still need to see the underpinning. There's one remaining contract that is not there, so there is time to have some input on that. And I still, for the life of me, can't understand why we cannot see this underpinning information, even if it's in draft form. I do not understand that, and I object to that.
Thank you. Alderman Gay.
Thank you. For clarity on myself, because we can get through the classification. Voting on this, it says union agreements are excluded, so fire and the AFSCME will be good. But it will not allow the AFSCME to have access to their raises, though, until when?
If the AFSCME are a union, the ones who would not get anything would be the people on the N scale, any of the non-represented employees or the department directors.
How many employees are on the N scale?
400? In the hundreds? I'm going to say 300, 400? Is that a good guess, Tricia?
No, you have to get up on the mic, put your name on the record.
Excuse me, this is without a calculator. I've just been sitting back here trying to figure out how many people are at
What's your name on the record?
My name is Tricia Hopkins, Human Resources Manager. For the AFSCME people, we have 79 individuals who are at step 11.
It's not about the steps,
How many are on the non-rep scale?
just numbers.
I have to go back and calculate that. Yep. Yes.
So it's,
Yes.
yeah, so it just affects the mass. And so I'm wondering, is this necessary considering the impact that it'll have on those employees? I mean,
Again, we have about 70% of our employees are sitting in longevity steps.
No. There's nothing to do with that, yeah. We're trying to get a breakdown of non-union.
No, may I, Mr. Mayor? Michael Malaroff,
Mr. City Manager.
There are whole departments like finance and others that are unrepresented. So basically what you would be doing would be, you'd have your AFSCME, fire, police unions. And it's basically your public works, rec, not all rec, but most rec, laborers, your buses, that's AFSCME, and your police, and your communications police, that's uniform and otherwise. So everyone else in the city is who would be impacted by this. We were having discussion about it a little earlier, and there was some concern about whether even these people were going to get paid with this amendment.
Yeah, that's concerning to me.
Period. I mean, paid.
Yeah, paid is crazy, but I was just worried about their increases, and so I will not be supporting this.
192.
192 employees who may not.
That's
be
about a
paid.
third of our workforce.
Yeah, or they don't know when they will receive, increases. I just don't think that's.
Yeah.
No.
I think Alderman Tierney wants to say something.
No, point of order. The only way that this would be a viable amendment is if we reviewed all of the amendments first, because we had to choose. And for the record, we chose in Amendment 1 to accept those classifications. The point I simply want to make with this at the time was to be able to address the classifications once we get that report, which begs the question, I don't know how else to phrase this, is what the heck do we have that report for? We're going to get it finalized, and this is done. This is done, sealed, and delivered. So that's the point I was trying to make here is, wow, that report's going to have some stuff that we probably should have known before we voted on non-represented. So we are just, it's,
Assistant City
trusting the
Manager?
expertise of our staff.
Yeah, so just for clarification, the existing plan does not actually make alterations to the classifications of, especially now that you've passed Amendment 2, there are no changes to existing classifications. So, people that are, at a grade 13 would stay at a grade 13, right? Like all of that stays the same. So there's as written, there aren't any classification changes.
But this addresses pay plan as well. Right. Okay. So anyways, I'm just point of order, I need to withdraw it. It's not applicable anymore.
Second.
Thank you for withdrawing it.
But I wanted to discuss it because it was a big deal at the time, and thank you for deleting that E level, whatever it was.
Thank you, Director Dickinson. You gonna vote on that?
Just information, some of these amendments have R1723 on them. It needs to be R1724.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor of the withdrawal, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Thank you. And I guess that will be 24 as well.
So,
You
what?
Ready to move on? Amendment 5?
Not applicable.
This was another,
So move.
Oh, it's not applicable as what? Is it?
yeah. What is it?
4 is not applicable either? Or 5?
5 is still. Okay.
It's already done. It's already done. The E things were removed.
Alderman Gay?
Thank you. Just for clarity, so we removed the E scales, and was that in Amendment 1 where they created the contingency fund?
Amendment 2.
Okay. All right, cool. Thank you.
So I move to withdraw Amendment 5.
We didn't introduce it, so it's okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Yep. All right, Mr. City Attorney, please present the next item.
Yes, sir. The next item on the agenda is 0724 Annual Budget and Appropriation and Property Tax Levy.
So now we're going through these.
Is there a motion to adopt O-7-24 on second reader?
So moved.
Thank you. Katie?
All right, we're going back to what I handed out to you at the beginning, before the meeting started. It's gonna look like this. There's 49 amendments. Everybody good?
Yep.
All right, amendment number 1. This amendment adds $70,000 to the Human Resources Division for a college tuition reimbursement program using 2 months of turnover for the Human Resources Analyst, Director of Central Services, and Hispanic Liaison in the Mayor's Office.
So moved.
Second.
Alderman O'Neill?
Thank you very much. I have two questions. One, how did we come up with $70,000? And two, is there a written plan in place for tuition reimbursements?
So I'm going to ask the Human Resources Manager to come up and address that. The cost originally was estimated between $60,000 and $70,000, and I wasn't here the last time they had it, so it was based on some of the history.
So we reviewed the plan that we had in place quite a while ago. And I also looked at tuition costs in the state of Maryland. We are proposing that we take the information that we used before, the qualifications that we used before, have a fund that people file their paperwork to support the costs that they've incurred. We're going to open those costs up to tuition and fees and books if possible. But we came up with that number mostly based on the tuition rates in the state of Maryland. So looked at the most expensive, which is University of Maryland College Park, down to the community college level. And given our past history with how many people have applied for it, we knew it would be larger than that, so we budgeted higher than in terms of numbers of people that may apply to get reimbursement.
And do you have that number for the number of people that have used the program in the past?
So in the past, I think it was roughly around 20 per year had applied for that. And there was a different arrangement. So in the past, there was a percentage based on your academic achievement. So whether you passed, whether you got a C grade, a B grade, an A grade. We felt that in the world of, there are people that are trying to go to school and work as well, that really our focus should be on people who have achieved success in completing that coursework, rather than get into the calculations around letter grades.
And is there going to be a limit, or will it be based on how many people apply? And
It'll be a fund that people apply to, and kind of get in there and get your reimbursement before others are doing that as well. But we think that's a reasonable number given the tuition costs and kind of the history that we've had already.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Savage and Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I entirely support where you're going with this. My only question has to do with how it's being funded. And sorry, it didn't occur to me till now. I would have asked earlier otherwise, but it looks like it's being funded by using 2 months of turnover for 2 positions. But my question would be, how is it going to be funded in future fiscal years? Because the way it's being funded is not those positions very well may be filled next fiscal year. So how is this going to be funded in the future?
It's a recurring cost. So we would include this in the budget next year, being funded like everything else in the general fund. We just had to identify a funding source this year because it's an amendment.
Okay.
Thank you. Alderman Gay, and then Alderman Tierney.
Thank you. My question is, does this apply for non-represented employees? So if you're just a, desk agent that wants to go back to school or enroll at the community college, they can apply, no strings attached?
Michael Malinoff, City Manager, yes.
Thank you.
Alderman Tierney?
Just because I'm looking at the total, will we have any, restrictions on it is for community college only or courses only in case, it would, you know what I'm getting at, the money would go further if it was less expensive than somebody asking to go to UVA or something, right? I guess we'll have to look at the policy once it's developed, right?
I just want to make sure I understand your question, Alderman.
In coming to that number, did you assume that we were going to restricted to a community college and courses, or just have
No,
a bucket of
actually-
money until it runs out?
Correct, the latter. So it wouldn't be that X number of people who are attending community college, X number of people who are attending a four-year
Yeah.
degree program, or master's even. It's really more of taking the highest cost in the state of Maryland for an academic credit and then working from that to
Okay,
determine.
I was just trying to reach more employees with it by saying it's for community college. That would be huge. I mean, just instead of it all being, you know what I'm saying? All right. Right. That could cover, 70 grand is 4 years at a college, so.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Hold on a minute.
So I'm trying to understand. First, I was confused because I thought this tuition was only for the human resource analyst, the director of central service. So how does this actually show up in the budget? Will it be just the top part here? The italicized part is the explanation? We're creating the tuition, $70,000, and the source of funding is coming from Human Resource, Central Service, and Hispanic Liaison.
Correct.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry,
No,
Joe.
go ahead, Kate.
The funding, so those are all new positions in the proposed budget. We're using 2 months of turnover for those new positions to fund this year, with the understanding it typically does take 2 months around that to fill any new positions anyway.
And that's because there's float in these three?
It's not float.
All right, so why would we take money away from the Hispanic Liaison?
So this is assuming that, so there's funding for 12 months of the fiscal year in the budget. We are funding them for 10 months of the year. It takes that long to typically fill a position anyway.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
And for clarity, we don't have a director of central services?
We do. Not yet, I'm sorry. In the proposed, it's in the proposed.
So they couldn't come.
It's a new position being voted on in this budget
And so they wouldn't be able to start until November?
until
first 2 months off?
September.
September, okay. All right.
Okay, amendment number 2.
They're gonna have to.
Thank you. Alderman Savage, the strongest swimmer on the council.
I just have a question I guess for Rec and Parks perhaps. I'm assuming all the insurance liability issues have been addressed, resolved, and included in this cost, and I'm also curious about staffing.
Director Johnson, good question on the...
Good afternoon, Rosalind Johnson, Director of Recreation and Parks. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, no problem. And thank you for this amendment. I always love to get more people swimming. So my questions would be, first, I'm assuming this cost includes all the liability insurance.
Are you referring to the Hacker Pool?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm tracking with you now. Okay, yes.
All right.
It does.
Okay.
We are working with legal. We have a draft agreement, and this is providing we can get lifeguards. Right now, we're struggling to be able to find lifeguards to be able to staff the Hacker Pool.
Yeah, that was my second question. Is as a former lifeguard, I don't know if this is true, but what I heard is that Hack only had one lifeguard when they operated the pool, which and I'm sure you're completely aware that's not really
That is true, and
right?
we would not, due to liability concerns, operate a pool with one lifeguard. We need at least 3, because lifeguards have to rotate stations. They need downtime, but also if they have to pull someone out of the pool, if you have to pull a 200-pound, and that's a light person, but a 200-pound person out of the pool, you can get them to the edge, but pulling them out of the pool is a completely different story, especially if you need a backboard and all those other things. So
yeah, absolutely. The spinal injuries. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, we would staff with at least 3. Additionally, we need an additional pool operator. Their current pool operator operates Monday through Friday. He works Monday through Friday, so we need someone on a Saturday.
And that's all included in this?
That is included in that amount, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Gay?
Thank you so much. I just have a quick question, and we just got an email this weekend from a family. They bought passes, membership passes to the Truxton Park pool. They said they went to the pool. They were standing outside for 2 hours with their kids because of overcapacity and not enough lifeguards. And so if we're having that problem at our brand new state-of-the-art pool, how does the department plan to work with HACA to ensure that both pools, to be quite frankly, are staffed adequately?
So HACA needs a smaller number of lifeguards. They need 3 lifeguards because of the population, that they're not overly attended. So for Truxton, we had a lifeguard class that just completed this past weekend. We are still certifying lifeguards as we go through the process. We do have to check that email came through earlier today, so we haven't had an opportunity to check with our staff. Sometimes it seems like you're waiting for 2 hours, but in reality, you may be waited for 45 minutes.
So the Truxton Park pool is staffed to capacity for lifeguards?
This past weekend, probably not, because again, we had lifeguards.
Just in the future, it would be staffed to capacity?
To capacity is relative. It depends on the day, it depends on the time, it depends on when the lifeguards are able to be available. So we staff as much as we can, given our current staffing numbers that we have available.
And so if we're in this partnership with HACA, just really trying to make sure that, how do you get the 3 lifeguards necessary? Are you pulling them from Truxton Park to?
No,
okay.
No, we're hiring specifically for HACA. Because once our lifeguards have their location, that's the location they're going to work at, because they will report to different people at the different locations. And then the staffing patterns and the rotation patterns will be different depending on the pool.
Okay.
Thank you. Alderman Savage?
Sorry, I thought of another question. I think this is for finance, though. So it's proposing to be funded using turnover like the last amendment. So delaying the hiring for new maintenance worker 1, recreation leader 1, and recreation leader 2. Why would we not use, presumably this is not necessarily going to be a recurring cost, right? We want to get to a point where HACA can pay for their own pool. So if it's not recurring, why don't we just use one-time use money instead of delaying hiring of positions?
So I would want to know that this is the only year that we're going to be doing this. And I don't know if we've decided if we're on board for next year or not. We're just trying to be safe, thinking that we might need to do it next year and take it from recurring costs.
I think I would prefer, and I may make this an amendment, proposed amendment to have it be one-time use, because I frankly don't want to give HACA the perception that we're going to do this every year, because ideally I don't think we should. This is their property, their facility. Ideally they should get to a point where they can manage it. So unless I hear something otherwise, I'd like to move that as a friendly amendment.
Move the amendment, or can Alderman Pindell speak? Right, amendment's been moved. Alderman Pindell Charles?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a problem with that. Mainly, I don't want to punish children. I don't want to punish children.
Okay, sorry.
If for whatever reason HACA next year can't do it, whether we call it a legitimate reason or not a legitimate reason, the children are the ones who suffer, which raises a possible, arguably, a public safety issue. I don't want to punish children. Yes, we want to hold HACA accountable, but I don't want to punish the children.
Alderman Gay?
2 quick questions. It may have been a budget ago, I had proposed an amendment that gave HACA $75,000 for upgrades to recreational facilities. What happened to that money? I would hope that we could follow up with HACA on that to see how they actually used it. I'm sure you could blow $75,000 in a year. I'm positive of it, but I'm curious how it was used. And I'm also going back to a point that I brought up in a previous budget. Why? I get why, probably because of the staffing capacity, but doesn't it make sense for the city and HACA to just get, we're already paying for all of their recreational spaces. Why don't we just merge the existing facilities into our Parks and Rec department, making it stronger, and enacting some of the programming that is already in place at Pitt Moyer in more communities across the city. You know, taking advantage of the community center, taking advantage of the basketball courts, the pools. They clearly can't manage it, and this is no knock at HACA, maybe the predecessors, not the current staff. I'm curious, one, what happened to the $75,000? And two, where are we in discussions if we're already paying for all of their recreational activities? Why is it not included in the city's rec department?
I think we can do some research on that later, but we wouldn't have that information on hand now, okay? But we'll get the information where it went last year. I'd be interested as well.
So do we make a motion to postpone Amendment 2 until we're clear what happened to monies that were designated for recreational or outdoor recreational improvement and maintenance?
Would you have any idea of where that money is?
No, I don't. That predates me. You said it was year before last?
I think it does by a year, I think, yeah. So,
I think anything that gets into HACA's hands is hard to account for. We know that. Director Dickinson?
I think we distributed that money as a grant, or and we're going to give that money to them to do their improvements. So I'm not sure who was supposed to be monitoring the use of that.
Thank you, Alderman O'Neill.
Thank you very much. I would actually support Alderman Savage's amendment to change the funding to one-time use and table Alderman Gay's suggestion to look further into it and possibly do it. But I think for my alderwomen to my right, point, it shouldn't be the children who are being penalized because HACA has failed to be able to fund their pool. I think that we should work on that, and hopefully with the funding we can gain more lifeguards. And to the director of Rexton Park, I would say there's been a lot of talk over the weekend, both at the Pride Parade where I was at with a lot of young people, that the city is hiring lifeguards, and the biggest question was, would you be willing to recertify lifeguards whose certifications have lapsed and offer certification very quickly for lifeguards that could come on in the next few weeks?
Absolutely. We do have classes every weekend for lifeguards so that they can get recertified. The main challenge and impediment is the drug test. Apparently, people indulge in drugs that we won't allow, and that's something we're not willing to waive. And traditionally, it's been marijuana. And because this is a safety-sensitive position, that's not something the department would waive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Tierney?
I just want to say that I too support Alderman Savage's amendment, because another reason is that the director just had a lot of fees adjusted. There's a little bit of financial uncertainty, so let's just see what this 1 year does, and maybe we'll need more, maybe we'll need less. There's a lot of variables there before we make it a recurring expense. You don't have to agree, but.
Are you okay with that, Alderman Gay?
I want the pool to be open. I just would like to be, I think we should monitor how everything is spent. That's my thing. I of course want the pool to be open.
And Director Dickinson, any comments on the one-time money?
It's a small amount. We'd have enough left in the reserve to take this into the reserve.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Would you just vote?
Amendment number 3.
I thought we were on the amendment saying that we we weren't going to look at, we were gonna make HACA accountable next year. And it would affect the children, that's what I thought.
No, just a different funding source.
But it never, okay, we're back on the original amendment.
Yeah, but
We never moved away from the original.
but funded from one-time money instead of positions. Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry, Alderman Savage, thank you, I'm good. 9-1.
Thank you.
So move, Amendment 3.
Get a second, please.
Second.
May I ask?
Alderman Terry?
I was just curious, is this any relationship to the settlement? Where did this money come from? I have no clue.
Yes.
Yep.
Settlement money.
Settlement money. Okay, wasn't clear.
Restitution funds.
Oh, the next one. That's what we're going for.
Oh, no, Jody,
Number
stay
3.
with us. We're out of the pool. Thank you.
So this is from moving money from the opioid
Correct.
settlement to,
Well, so when we started getting these funds, we decided we were going to put them in a separate fund to account for them and allow OEM to run their program. And this year, when we created the budget book, we neglected to put that other fund in the list with other funds. So this is where we're budgeting it from, this is where we're spending it from. So we're just correcting the budget book and our records to reflect the fund.
thank
It is the
you.
outside opioid restitution funds.
Thank you. Alderman Gay?
Thank you so much. It's my understanding the 148,000 will be split between the existing 4 programs, which are the fire departments, the police, OEM, and then no harm, correct?
Come forward, Director Simmons. Nice article in the paper this weekend, Director. Good job.
Thank you. Kevin Simmons, Director of OEM. That's correct. The 4 programs.
Okay, thank you.
That it?
I know how the programs run, so.
Good job.
And you do a very good job at managing those 4 programs, so.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number
Right.
4.
This amendment adds $111,000 to the general fund, $15,000 to the sewer fund, $34,500 to the water fund, $54,000 to the transportation fund, $6,000 to the watershed restoration fund, $4,500 to the refuse fund, and $10,500 to the fleet operations fund to fund additional items discussed in union negotiations using ARPA funds not needed in the transportation fund.
Somebody move that, please.
So moved. Second.
Alderman Gay? No?
Yeah.
Looking for something?
The additional reserves for the union adds 11. If it's for the union that is not ratified yet, I'm confused with.
Director Dickinson? Yeah.
I can clarify for you. So now that we have given you the ratified agreement from AFSCME, if you remember, we talked about the negotiated bonus for themselves. This was the money needed to fund that bonus with one-time funds.
All right. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 5.
This amendment adds the FY 2025 funding for a new project recently approved by council. The project is
So moved. Got a
So
second?
moved.
Second.
Thank you. All right, just going to go with that. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
How do you reduce it?
Amendment number 6.
This amendment adds $18,548 from Anne Arundel County for an emergency food and shelter grant.
All right. Can I get someone to move that, please?
So moved. Second.
Second. Sure, it's an easy one. Nope, Alderman Gay.
I'm confused what the difference is here, but from the 34,500 that we provide for Justin Beeler's homeless program.
Anybody here to speak on that? Thank you. Director Simmons?
Kevin Simmons, Director of Office of Emergency Management. This goes specifically to the Stanton Center Warm and Relief Program for administrative costs, for supplies, for foodstuffs, and anything else we need for that program. And we just got that from a grant, a FEMA grant, with the Association of Department of Social Services.
Alderman Arnett.
Mayor, is this enough money?
What I have from what I get from the general fund and this grant, it's more than enough.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. 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 Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 7.
This amendment increases the construction cost and decreases the design cost for the waterworks building and parking improvement projects by $50,000. The fiscal impact is $0.
So moved.
Alderman Gay.
What will the use of the two facilities be?
So I think it's in pre-development, so we put some money aside to sort of design parking around it, and now some of that money can be applied to some parking improvements. If you've ever been in there, you notice that there's a lot of no parking signs to move it forward, but we will be putting it out for an RFP.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Savage.
So just some clear, so it's taking money out of, why is it taking money out of design? We don't need to do any more design? We're just going to work on spending that money on looking into a parking lot? Is it?
Yeah, we could do some improvements. My understanding is we could make some improvements with that money because it hasn't been all used up in the design. And now if it goes out for a bid, we'll see what the public comes back with.
Oh, is the design finished then?
Yeah, yeah.
Could we see that?
It's not finished. No.
The design's not
the parking design. One design has been finished. I definitely can show you that. Yeah, and it connects the lower plant with the upper plant and uses some capacity in the upper plant to be applied to the lower plant. So.
Yeah. I mean,
Thank you. Yeah.
I can't help but to be a little. I mean, I support redoing the property, but I'm just a little concerned because I feel like we're approving construction, but I'm not entirely clear on what the construction is.
Let's go for a ride out this. Alderman Tierney.
So I don't know, are we punting on the building? Is that what this is doing, for lack of a better word? We deleted the building scope?
No, I think it was just early seed money, just to have some money in the budget to sort of work out what we're going to do with 2 disused water plants that don't have parking. So there was some initial work done by the landscape designer that was on contract to the city, but ultimately those drawings will be used in a plan to go out for bid on the 2 buildings and the dam and see what comes back at us. You know what I'd like a brewery out there, or I'd like an aquaculture thing out there we've talked about before. Alderman Shanaway? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's taking the design funding for parking lot A and putting that money into design funding for parking lot B. Correct?
No.
I think construction money. Yeah.
It increases so if it helps, there's a project page that follows the actual Word document. So it increases the construction cost and decreases the design cost.
But it's all just related to the parking lot.
Yeah, it's the construction is for the parking lot, yes.
Cool.
Are you really excited about that?
You can tell by the tone of my cool and interpret that in any way you see fit. Again, you can interpret the phrasing and tone of my cool any way you see fit.
You can drive there and park with your bikes.
Is it sarcastic? No one knows.
It's
Cool.
It's impervious.
It's impervious. Thank you.
All right. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
What?
It was a sarcastic cool. Mr. Mayor. It was a sarcastic cool.
Okay, member number 8.
This amendment adds $2,000 to the Office of Community Services to fund the Heritage Baptist Food Pantry using the reserve for one-time uses.
So move.
Second.
Right, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 9.
This amendment adds $55,000 to non-allocated compensation contingency to cover additional costs associated with reinstating the executive group to the N, P, and F scales using the reserve for one-time uses.
Okay, if someone moves it and seconds it, Jody will explain it.
So move. Second.
Okay, so in the previous amendment that we talked about on the resolution, we're putting the executive group back on those scales, and the compensation will be the same setup that we have for the other employees, where we jump them onto the new scale at their closest step. And if that amount isn't 2.5, they're in the bonus range for that 2.5% one-time amount. And we needed to add what we needed for that group back into the budget. So I'm putting it in compensation contingency. We may not need it. We'll move it around later if necessary.
Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so for clarification, this does not mess with any of the negotiations or amendments we put forward on the pay scales?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those, sorry, Alderman Turney.
Since I've been so negative all day, I just want to say a positive thing. That's really good estimating in the budget.
Yeah, this year we have a great list of employees and all these impacts, and it's compliments of our Excel nerd here that helped me put it all together.
All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 10.
This is sponsored by the Finance Committee. This amendment adds $122,200 for an emergency planner within the Office of Emergency Management, using additional funds anticipated from income tax revenue and Anne Arundel County's 911 grants.
All right, can I get someone to move that?
So moved.
Everyone will? Yep. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 11.
This is also Finance Committee. This amendment adds $50,000 to the Office of Law for additional contract services funds using the reserve for one-time uses.
So moved.
Second, he's not here, so we can't vote on it. No.
Not here, but I'm sure we're going to vote on it. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Amendment number 13. Oh, no, sorry.
12.
12.
Yeah.
This amendment
Yeah,
moves $270,000 of contractual services for COA TV from the Central Services Department to the Mayor's Office.
Okay, can someone move that and second it, and Jody will explain it?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you.
I will say this is a Finance Committee amendment, so I'll
No.
leave it to them.
Alderman Tierney? Yeah.
Yes, we did not understand the logic in putting the TV studio with the central office, understanding, how those three departments consolidate into one made a lot of sense because of interdialogue and shared initiatives. But the TV studio we just didn't see any reason why it had to move and should stay underneath office, Mitchell. Right.
Mayor's office, Mr. City Manager, and then Alderman Gay.
Michael Malinoff, City Manager. I was at the meetings, but I wanted to share the reason why. It was because of the inevitable turnovers in the mayor's office when you have new elections, and we just thought it would create continuity in the operation if it was in a department. That was it.
So good intent not to get it politicized. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. Thank you. Alderman Gay?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. That was my exact point of why I will vote no against this. I think it probably would be better protected under the Department of Central Services, although the city code requires that all of our meetings are made available to the public, and so there's probably not much they could do to that office, but it just seems like it would make more sense under the Central Services. Does the PIO manage the TV now?
Pretty much.
Is that written in code, or is that just operations?
I wouldn't say they manage them at all. I mean, they work together, but they probably have the closest working relationship, I'd say.
Would it be better under the city manager's office?
Mr. City Manager?
No. Not that I have an opinion on it, but we just thought, again, the idea was to depoliticize it. It's an important aspect. You never know what happens when you have turnovers in the mayor's office. And that was the sole and exclusive reason we did it. And we thought Central Services, which is a general support agency, was the right place to put it. That was it.
That's all. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see the logic in that, but I also see the logic really, because frankly, the mayor's, he is tasked with being the spokesperson for the city, representing the city in official capacity. So I see where it makes sense there as well. I mean, I'm conscious of, not wanting to see that get too much turnover, but I think it's best staying with mayor's office. I'll support this amendment.
I agree. Alderman Gay.
Thank you. My only recommendation then would just be to change the verbiage of the city code. Again, make it official. If the COA TV is working with the public information officer, then shouldn't they move to the public information office, which is then under the mayor's office? I mean, but there should be some sort of code to connect those two, no?
We could work on that later, yeah. Alderman Arnett.
Does this gut the Office of Central Services? Is there enough left for it to exist?
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 13.
This is the last Finance Committee amendment. This amendment reallocates community grants.
So moved.
Second.
What is that?
Amendment 13.
So following the actual amendment, it gives you a breakdown of the third column is the committee recommendation, and the fourth column is the Finance Committee recommendation.
Maybe I need to guide.
Alderman Tierney.
Yeah, maybe I'll need to guide through it because nothing's in red here, but basically it's a net zero change. And then if you bear with me and just go down the Finance Committee recommendations, the first change is I'll be quick, the Annapolis Kappa Scholarship Fund. We increased by $3,000 to make it $5,000. The next revision is Blacks of the Chesapeake Foundation. We increased by $2,000 to make it $4,000. And the next, and mostly due to making this net zero and for other reasons that my colleagues might chime in, but the Co-op Arundel, we reduced by $2,000 to make that $10,000. The next one is the Fort Meade Alliance Foundation. We reduced basically to zero because of the geography being Fort Meade. And then we go down to the next page, or we add Serenity Sisters. We added $2,000 to make that $7,000.
No, we added 4,000.
We added $4,000 to Serenity Sisters. And I believe that's.
And we took it away from these two.
Live Water Foundation?
Oh, we took.
Live Water, or whatever it is, to added to that?
That's correct, yeah, once we figured out what they did, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then there, I think you might have missed Hope for All. on the previous page.
Hope for All, we reduced down, we reduced by 3,000 to make that $7,000.
And you also missed the Wiley H. Bates Legacy Center and the Community Action Agency, which were not in the original community grants. They were added at the Finance Committee meeting.
They were in the total. They were in the total presented to us, so we didn't change them at all, Alderman Gay. The grants were included in the committee's recommendations to us.
Alderman Gay?
Thank you. Question on why the Co-op Anne Arundel was modified. This is an organization that works with many adults within the city of Annapolis. I think they've graduated at least 3 or 4 classes, African-American, predominantly male and females across the city, across all wards. I'm curious as to why that was one of the...
Yeah, well, correct me if I'm wrong, my colleagues, but we definitely looked at this through an equity lens, specifically the first 2. And so in giving the Annapolis Kappa Scholarship Fund additional money, you can see that that was substantially reduced. We then decided to accommodate that $3,000 ad, we would then give Co-op Arundel, just reduce it back down to what we gave them last year. So it wasn't any change from last year. That was our logic.
Alderman Savage?
So I'm torn. On the one hand, I want to respect the committee process, and you've all come together on this. But the other hand, I also just kind of want to get the council out of the community grant process as much as possible. So I'm kind of inclined to vote no on any proposals to adjust the community grant funding, just to let you know where I am.
I totally get it.
Alderman Pendell Charles?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at this list, and out in the audience, we do have today Dr. Debbie Wood from Chesapeake Children's Museum. I was at her event on yesterday, which was extremely well attended. A lot of children, a lot of adults, people having a lot of fun. And I don't see her on the list, the Chesapeake Children's Museum. Might I suggest that we have maybe $8,000 of non-reoccurring as an amendment?
If you can get a second. Are you seconding or you?
No,
question?
I just wanted to give some information as far as the
Okay,
children's.
just for some clarification, Alderman Tierney? Yeah.
Totally understanding that sentiment. I did add a capital project for them.
Right.
So I don't know if Alderwoman Pendle Charles was aware of that.
So can you tell Alderman Pendell, or tell us how much that is?
Bear with me, I should know by now, but what it is they're in desperate need of children, like a bus turnaround.
What, could you repeat that? I'm sorry, Alderwoman.
Yeah, they're definitely in need of a turnaround, a bus turnaround, and in so doing, they need that edge to be regraded so there's not so much water leakage into Spa Creek. Sam Bryce and I walked it and looked and figured out what we should do. So we're doing a bus turnaround and some kind of earth retainage. It's on page 25 of the capital improvement budget. It's extended out through 2027. The total project is $315,000. Design 50, construction 250. So it reads, it will include a bus turnaround to better accommodate school field trips, a boardwalk to bring people of all ages with mobility challenges into the park beyond the parking lot, and erosion control along the asphalt path to the footbridge.
So there's a capital improvement aspect to this Chesapeake Children's Museum.
Yes, the Chesapeake Children's Museum was very near and dear to my predecessor, Dick Israel's heart. So I'm very pleased that this got into the capital improvement budget.
$315,000.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think no more comments on the community grants. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Amendment number 14.
Sponsored by Alderwoman O'Neill. This amendment adds $16,500 to the city manager's office for Annapolis 250 operating cost using the reserve for one-time uses.
So moved.
Second.
Great. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 15.
Sponsored by Alderwoman O'Neill. This amendment adds $1,000 to the Department of Planning and Zoning for funding to the Germantown Homewood Community Association to pay for tree and shrub replacement costs using the reserve for one-time uses.
Someone move it, please.
So moved.
Second.
Alderman Gay.
Thank you. My very short question, who moved the trees in the first place?
They're pretty sure that it was Anne Arundel County Public Schools, thinking that they were non-compliant trees, but it's since been found out that they were actually compliant trees that were purchased by the community association and planted with the authorization of the former maintenance director for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. And they are working with the current, I believe it is the supervisor for their parks program, to indicate where they can in fact plant trees and they won't be taken down again.
Awesome. And will the city attorney be taking the Board of Education to civil court for our $1,000 back? I kid.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Amendment number 16.
Sponsored by Alderwoman Tierney. This amendment adds $25,000 to the Department of Planning and Zoning for additional funds to the Downtown Annapolis Partnership using the reserve for one-time uses.
So moved.
Second.
Right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 17.
Sponsored by Alderwoman Finlayson. This amendment adds $200,000 of funding to the Office of Community Services for the Adopt a Community program using the reserve for one-time uses.
Right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank
No.
you. Right. Amendment number 18.
Sponsored by Alderman Schandelmeyer. This amendment adds $40,000 to the Department of Public Works Engineering and Construction Division for an ADA compliant sidewalk study using the reserve for one-time uses.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 19.
Sponsored by Alderman Savage. This amendment adds $110,000 to the Office of Community Services for a social worker position using the funding of a vacant police officer position.
So move.
Second.
I'm going to be on my own here.
Mr.
Can I just, Alderman Savage, so we're taking funding from police, but if we were to fill the positions, we would find funding for those positions. Is that how you view it? Yeah.
That's correct, yeah.
And I understand the intent, absolutely.
Yeah.
Alderman Arnett?
So I fully support this, but I'm well aware of hearing accusations of defunding the police, so I'm wondering if there can't be another source of funding for this. Yeah, turnover in the mayor's office, whatever.
Slash the mayor's.
Or one-time only money.
Mayor's salary. Yeah. Yep. Alderman Gay?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. My only question is, this seems incredibly, it's much higher than what the current social worker is being paid. And so how do you make, are you sure?
It's total compensation, salaries and benefits.
125.
110,000.
Oh, okay, I see the next one, okay.
And we have to, because it's vacant, we have to assume family health coverage.
Okay.
Alderman Shannon.
I wanted the social worker.
Alderman Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I understand people might throw out accusations, but those really have no power because we're not doing that. So, no worries. We're just hiring a new position. It's fine. We're not defunding anything.
Alderman Tierney.
We did receive, I don't know if we all did, an email from Captain Muguez suggesting that they would hire a social worker. She thought the money would be better used if that social worker was in their department. Do you Alderman Savage? I'll call on you.
Yeah.
It just had me question, well, maybe she has a use that is social, can be used socially in the police department. I was intrigued by that.
Alderman Savage.
I mean, I recall hearing before from our chief that police officers are not social workers. So I do think there's benefit to having it separated in the Office of Community Services. Yeah, I think this would provide a benefit to our residents, and like the mayor said, if we actually can get to the point where we can hire more officers, we'll find the money.
Alderman Finlayson, then Alderman Pendle-Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we created the Office of Community Services, it was with the intent of developing an office, not having one social worker, but having multiple, because there's a need. There is a need. The question is, do we want to permanently, because we want this position to be a permanent position. I'm not sure we want to deduct this amount from the police department budget permanently. So let me ask the sponsor, how does this work? And we didn't hear from the chief, so I'm not sure how he's weighing in, but surely the police use our social worker in assisting many of their cases.
Alderman Savage.
Well, so, and hopefully this answers your question, but I think in the past, we've always kept whatever it is, 10, 12 police officer positions funded beyond what was filled because we want to hire more. But we've also done that though because of our adequate public facilities requirement at the time that we had to have X number of officers funded. I'd have to verify, but I remember we changed our APF a year ago, maybe a couple months back, and to include social workers in that calculation, if I recall correctly, as well as I think fire chief and some other positions. So I think we'd still be honoring that APF by having this position. So I don't know if that answers your question in particular, but.
May I?
Yeah, Alderman Finlayson.
I understand where you're coming from. We've funded the police at 114, 124, and they have not been able to fill it to capacity. So that's what you're counting on, as we have every year, because for many years we had 10 vacancies. So I'm not sure how many we have now, and I'm fine with doing this now. I'm just looking ahead to say we may have to find money to put back in the police department budget if we're able to fill to capacity and then they come up short.
And I think that would be a good problem to have, right? If we needed to, if we can get more officers.
Thank you, Alderman Pendle-Charles and Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things, Alderman Savage. You indicated that we will find the money. Okay. Now, we can base that on the information that we received today in our closed door session, that we may have a deluge of officers being recruited. We might have an aggressive campaign of recruiting. Now, we'll find the money. can I be assured that possibly we could take it from some of your environmental projects?
That's,
There are environmental projects.
Yeah, I'm waiting for an answer.
I think it's a question, is it?
I'm waiting for an answer.
I think if we have the deluge of recruitment, we'll figure it out.
Alderman Shannon, I'm waiting for it. Our environmentalist to
I think
haven't been recognized
a
by the
city
chair.
manager wanted to weigh in on that, didn't you, city manager? You had I saw your hand up earlier on. Yeah.
No, it was,
Not on that issue, but I'll yield to ACM.
oh, yeah, no, there had been a question earlier, I'm not addressing that question, there had been something earlier that I was going to jump in on about the use of the social worker in OCS by police, and what does that look like compared to the crisis intervention team in the county? Because those are different things.
that's a good point.
Alderman Gay was next.
No, I'm waiting on Alderman.
I mean, he's not going to answer a question like it's not a real question. Sorry, it's not up to him. It's up to.
I know.
This. Fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Gay,
Just,
thank you.
quickly for the Director of Finances. The proposed budget in fiscal year '25 for the Annapolis Police Department is roughly $28 million, correct?
For the entire department or for the salaries and benefits?
For the entire department.
Hold on a minute. Do you have it? Okay. So it's, Katie's going to find it. We already have booked some turnover into the budget against what we assume will be their vacancies, so.
Let me simplify it.
That's not the answer to your question, but I just want to remind everybody that there's already turnover baked into their budget, and we haven't 100% funded all of those police positions because we know they're going to have vacancies.
Yeah.
29.7 million.
29.7 million. And
Total budget.
He's asking for $110,000. Are there any mathematicians that could do the breakdown on that? What percentage of $110,000 is, what percentage does that make up out of $29 million? 0.0027. So I don't think anything's being defunded.
We stop saying.
Well, I think we all support the intent, so I think we're just going to go ahead and vote.
No, wait, no, that ain't. He had his hand up.
Who had that? Oh, sorry.
I called the question.
No,
I mean, I didn't call the
Alderman Savage
question.
had
If
his
you need
hand up.
to weigh in, Alderman Savage, please weigh in. But no, you're good. Okay. All right. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Thank you. Next one, please.
Sponsored by Alderman Savage, this is Amendment 20. This amendment adds $355,000 to the Watershed Restoration Fund to fund the tree canopy goal. It increases the watershed restoration fee 17% over the FY 2025 proposed rate of $26.27 to $30.83 for a single-family bill. It cuts planning and zoning tree maintenance by $128,000, increases the grade for the environmental program environmental program coordinator from A12 to A15, and adds a new environmental program coordinator, grade A11.
Alderman Shannon had his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Savage, a concern I have on this is, wouldn't cutting the tree maintenance fund potentially hurt our goal, or are you expecting replanting to kind of supersede that?
So
Unless I'm misinterpreting it, that's also.
Yeah, just misinterpretation. It doesn't cut the funding, it just moves it to the Watershed Restoration Fund. And again, that's the intent is to make it the Watershed Fund be a dedicated funding source, so we don't have to worry about it getting cut every year. So it just moves it to another, out of the general fund to the Watershed Fund. If I'm speaking correctly, right?
It frees up, it actually does, we are cutting technically the $128,000 from planning and zoning to fund the upgrade to one position and the creation of a new position as well. The intent is to have the tree funding be funded by the watershed restoration instead of the general fund.
So by cutting it from the general fund and putting into this dedicated source along with some other revenue sources, we actually increase the maintenance overall.
Yeah, I mean, you're going from
128 to 355. So I appreciate that clarification, and I am no longer concerned about it.
Alderman Gay?
I'm curious, do developers pay into this when they are redeveloping projects within the city, and how much of that do they cover?
Alderman Savage?
Yes and no. So developers pay 2 times. One is with Forest Conservation Act, which is sites that are an acre or larger. And if they don't want to do mitigation, as far as replanting, they pay into the fund. That's the forestation fund, but that's separate from this. And then there's critical area. They pay into the critical area fund. We have to keep those separate per state requirements, and they can only be used in particular instances. Like critical area can only be spent in critical area. So that if I'm correct, that is, Ms. Conway, that's not included in this because they're still in the separate funds.
Director Dickinson wants to weigh in.
No, just to point out that grade increase, we have been trying to sort of put a bunch of that on hold. So that's obviously something that we would end up having to come back later around on anyway. So I don't know if you're open to that portion of it.
Alderman Savage?
Some of the positions will need to be clarified. I know planning and zoning needs to do some work as far as getting the details on the grades and everything, but I wanted to try to get the foundation set.
Looks good to me. Alderman Tierney?
Okay, I have 2 questions. Do we have an existing environmental program coordinator now? Or we did, or we don't, or is that position filled right now? And
yes.
Where is it? Where is it physically? I mean, department-wise, is it its own entity?
Yeah, it gets a little confusing. It gets a little confusing because originally all these positions and programs were underneath the Office of, what do we call it? The Sustainability Office a couple years back.
Right.
After it became an office. But you're right, underneath DNEP it was, and then under the office. So my intent with this was to keep that money within the environmental programs because the city manager's office works on these initiatives as well. And so the idea would be to use some of that funding, because we do need to staff up a bit to achieve our canopy goals. So this would create essentially propose to increase the grade for that coordinator position to be more of a manager and then hire somebody underneath who can help with the other environmental program.
So what is the interface with the forester in planning and zoning? That position, does it affect that position? That position is in need of help. And what will be that role, right?
Yeah, so that position is going to be continuing to be funded out of the general fund current.
Okay.
Because I figure it's already funded and it's not going anywhere. But it would allow planning and zoning to make, they also are going to need to be looking at program costs, staffing costs. So there is funding in here for potentially adding a position in there to assist with Mr. Adams, but that proposal has not been completely fleshed out yet. So I'm trying to at least set the framework.
Okay.
And I imagine they'll come back at sometime down the road with a more detailed proposal, and it'll probably come to the committee too.
Okay, so we acknowledge that position does need assistance.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
And that may also frankly need a grade change, but again, that's something we'll have to come back and deal
Yeah,
with.
I mean, the objective there is to save existing trees, right?
Director Dickinson?
A question, a clarification question. Does the stipulation of the A12 to A15 and the stipulation of the A11 grades here legally lock us into the grades for those positions? Because right now we have the study looking at all positions, and I would caution trying to legislate a grade when we're doing that in another way. So I don't know if there's some way to edit this to, those things will be taken care of in time. That's what I'm
I
saying.
understand. I'm fine with making that a friendly amendment, if to just remove the grades for the time being.
Okay. All right. With the friendly amendment, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Going to get us to the halfway point, and then we can have a break. Thank you.
Amendment 21, sponsored by Alderman Savage. This amendment adds $125,000 to the police department to fund a noise camera pilot using the reserve for one-time uses.
Missing a page. Okay. Speaks for itself, no questions. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next one.
Amendment number 22, sponsored by Alderman Savage. This amendment adds a new project. The project is funded with $93,250 of bonds in FY 2025. The project page is after the word amendment.
Second.
Love crosswalks. Alderman Shannemeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Savage, this is basically just push a button and get the flashing lights, right? Better than the current situation. Looking forward to getting like a barrier or something to really make it awesome too.
Thank you. No others. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Amendment number 23, sponsored by Alderwoman O'Neill. This amendment adds $25,000 to the Department of Planning and Zoning to fund the Clay Street Community Development Initiative using the reserve for one-time uses.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment number 24.
All right. Amendment number 24, sponsored by Alderman Savage. This amendment adds $200,000 to the Department of Public Works Engineering and Construction Division to fund a road diet study on Bay Ridge Road using the reserve for one-time uses. This study will look at putting Bay Ridge Road between Hillsmere Drive and Arundel on the Bay Road on a road diet. This will include looking at converting the existing signaled intersections to roundabouts, incorporating bike paths and multi-use paths, narrowing the road widths, installing a median with trees, and reducing the number of lanes from 5 to 2 or 3. Emphasis should be placed on the pedestrian and cycling safety, given the proximity of pedestrian uses in schools. This will be a part of the city's Vision Zero in compliance with our comprehensive plan goals.
Thank you.
Second.
Alderman Shannemeyer had a hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please add me as a co-sponsor to this. This is one of the most dangerous sections of Forest. We've recently had a pedestrian injury or a death there a couple months ago, and I'm really excited that we're getting the process rolling on this.
Thank you. Alderman Savage and Alderman Gay.
So just to I did send this over email, but in case you didn't see it, I did scale this back a bit and reduce the money, but also instead of entirety of Forest Drive, I was thinking more and received some feedback from the public, just focusing on that one section of Bay Ridge Road between Hillsmere and Arundel on the Bay. Because I think if we can identify potential work to be done there and get the county on board, that would be a good way to see what's possible for the rest of Forest Drive.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson, then
My question, you mentioned the county, and Forest Drive is the county road, and what is it? Nestor Flores is the person who's in charge. So I would hope that he would be part of your discussion, because we're not going to be able to do anything out there unless they're in accord with us. We just had an accident where Hilltop to Chinkopin was closed. 3 were injured, I'm not sure. But anyway, it's dangerous throughout the corridor, so we can start here and move west.
Alderman Savage, you want to respond? Then Alderman O'Neill.
Yeah, just quick on Nestor, Mr. Flores. My intention would be to try to get a concept and vision and then bring it to the county, including Mr. Flores, to get their feedback and thoughts. Just before, the next step would be having to put together an actual design and construction plan. But for now, I kind of want to get something that we can bring to them, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Alderman O'Neill.
Thank you very much. Just for clarification, I know that there's some numbers that changed, but it says it's $200,000 total cost, $250 from one-time reserve.
It's an error on the spreadsheet.
And
That's correct. It's
250?
just 200,000.
So just changing that number.
Yeah, the actual amendment itself is written correctly.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Alderman Gay.
This is $200,000 for just a portion of Forest Drive, so not the entire. And so do you anticipate that each time the study would be done, we have to find $200,000?
Alderman Savage.
I mean, I don't really know exactly how much it's going to cost to get this. It could be much less to get the smaller portion. But yeah, this will hopefully give us an idea how much we'll need down the road.
Thank you. Alderman Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to piggyback off Alderman Savage's comment towards Alderman Gay's question, if you do a first part, it kind of also gives us some additional like design ideas, so we might not need to spend as much for potential changes in design as you move further up Forest Drive. I think putting it in a narrow scope is a pretty good way to kind of get the ball rolling on this and then sort of build additional support. It'd be cool if we could just do all of Forest at once, but sometimes you got to pick a portion and attack it that way.
Thank you. Any other comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment 25.
Sponsored by Alderman Gay, this amendment adds $50,000 to the Planning and Zoning Department to fund a housing quality liaison pilot using the reserve for one-time uses.
Second.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee. I've just passed out a few things pertaining to the amendment. One is a sheet explaining, kind of the programmatic elements, what we would hope the contractor would be able to do. And then 2 is just supporting evidence for those that don't believe we have issues taking place in housing. I have an email directly from our inspector discussing some of the challenges they face with property management as it relates to the quality of the home and lease issues. I have emails from constituents and our chief planner discussing issues that have been taking place in the properties. I have another email from a constituent who was following up on her request from October as it related to issues that she was having in her home. And then lastly, I have communications from me with property management, trying to rectify some of these issues. Bottom line, we have a terrible, terrible problem within the city with communication as it relates to our residents, their understanding of their lease, housing quality issues, and what resources are at their disposal. And so there's a hope that the individual or group that we're able to contract out to will be able to provide, one, the education for our residents, ourselves, but also worked as a liaison with some of the property managers that we've had issues with consistently.
Alderman Annette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recently attended a meeting where the governor's new programs for renter protection were described, and at that meeting, this was a person working directly with the government. I pointed out that that was good, but that most of the complaints I get from my renters are that the renter is raising the lease or whatever, the apartment people are raising the rents precipitously and given a very short turnaround time for the tenant to either agree to the increase or move. And that the other is that a lot of the landlords are not properly maintaining their property. So, and he promised that the governor would be looking at this in the future, but I think we need to help these renters now. So my only question is this enough money? But I'll support anything to get it going.
I think it's enough money for an initial pilot. And even if we do it on a, neighborhood case, just to see if the education is effective and it really assists the residents, I think is worth it. There just should be some trial for a liaison to help not only us, but our staff, as you've seen me indicate in the email, where the staff are trying to get through to where there's mold issues and hotel transfers that are significantly delayed. I'm having to call the city manager on the weekend to ask for funding or ask for him to get involved to assist with stuff that we shouldn't even be getting involved with. Trying to help people stay in their hotels or get transportation credits so they can have their kids sent from the hotel to the school. I mean, just all of those things, and so many families are dealing with this.
Thank you. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Alderman. I entirely support this. My only question would be, it seems like maybe better positioned in the Office of Community Services, because some of the capacities I'm hearing sound like they'd be more in line with the social work focus of that office. I mean, Planning and Zoning does the housing inspections, but I don't know, the Office of Community Services seems really more oriented towards everyday working with the public. Not to say that Planning and Zoning doesn't, but I mean, I could go either way, but it seems like, have you thought about that? What's your rationale for Planning and Zoning?
I put it in Planning and Zoning because most of these issues stem out of an inspection of some sort. But to your point, the Office of Community Services works very, very closely, and the Assistant City Manager has assisted with some of those issues that I've had, and has been on the receiving end of calls and emails where the Office of Community Services is trying to step in. But the resources, again, even with that office, are limited. Most of the time, they are calling to trying to connect to county resources. And so I'd be amendable to either.
Alderman Savage, let's get the director up here, is that what you said?
Yeah, just a quick response to that. I guess if you want to stick with as proposed, I guess I would just ask the city manager's office to look at evaluating this, and the planning director evaluating this over the next year to see where it may make more sense, since this is a pilot, right?
Director
Michael Malinow.
Jacoubia, could you?
I'm sorry.
Mr. City Manager, and then I think Alderman Tierney wants to hear from Director Jakubiak as well. If you can come forward. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Mike, you can, while he's coming up.
I was going to comment that the city manager's office would be the right place to ask that it be evaluated. What we tend to do, and I wanted to comment on this earlier, is we silo services. Like each department has to have its own social worker, its own this, that, and the other thing. So if you make the proposal, we'll take a look at it as it works through the year and see what the best place to have it is.
Thank you. And Alderman Tierney, you wanted to hear from me.
I totally agree with that. You know, it takes a village approach in the sense that where are we going to put this and what does it look like? You know, it's kind of analogous to the Office of, Central Services. We realized these three entities had to come together. So, and that's what I'm trying to reconcile with, is we have the interface with planning and zoning with the inspectors, but then we have the Office of Community Services with the reach out. So we have to look, instead of because we're not really any better than we were last year, where we included some amendments addressing housing and important issues. So I think we really have to look at who has the bandwidth. I mean, we just approved an amendment that to desperately get another inspector in planning and zoning. So I don't know where the bandwidth is there. And this is too important to just, silo these amendments. So we need to ascertain what is this bucket of money and what can we make this Office of Community Services look like and what are their objectives so that it serves a good function in regard to housing problems that still exist.
And to that point, if I may interject, we do have still a relatively new manager in that office, and part of my goal has been, and this was part of what she addressed when we did the budget presentation in front of Finance Committee, was kind of her layout of really developing, a deeper plan that we can then bring and have a conversation with council. But I'm trying to give her a little bit of space to really dive in and create her own vision of what are the possibilities that are out there as well. And so I am trying to be sensitive to giving her space to really make that her, have her own imprint on that.
Thank you. And while you're here, Director Jakubiak, I'm sure you put a lot of thought into this. So that
I was sitting there, Chris Jakubiak, Planning Director. I was sitting there listening to the discussion, thinking I need to speak with the City Manager's office about where this position would be best located in city government. So I think we're all on the same page here.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, well, I think we can still assess that. Do you want to make any adjustments to that, or?
I'm willing to, have it, the amendment as is, and have the city manager assess
Okay, great.
the work, yeah.
Great, thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Right, we are halfway through, so I think we can take a 30-minute recess now. So see everybody back here at, let's just say 1:45.
We were on a roll.
Do we need to do a motion for recess, or?
No, I'm just going to say, declaring a recess. Meeting back in session. How's everybody doing? Good? You all had a nice dinner? Back to you, Katie. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Amendment number 26, sponsored by Alderman Savage. This amendment adds $100,000 to the Department of Public Works Engineering and Construction Division to fund a mini roundabout feasibility study for the following intersections.
So moved.
All right.
Alderman Gay.
What are the intersections?
Georgetown Road and Victor Parkway, Compromise Street and Duke of Gloucester, Bay Ridge Avenue and Chesapeake or 6th Street, and Bay Ridge and Forest Hills Avenue using the reserve for one-time uses.
Okay. Yeah. That's not, yeah. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Amendment 27.
Amendment 27, sponsored by Alderman Savage. This amendment changes the project description for the Bay Ridge Avenue Bikeways, Bay Ridge Avenue Sidewalk, Hilltop Lane Hiker-Biker Connection, traffic signal and safety improvements on Hilltop Lane, and the traffic signal rehabilitation capital projects. It also changes the project titles of the traffic signal and safety improvements on Hilltop Lane and traffic signal rehabilitation projects. Those project pages come after this Word document.
Okay, so I'll move that. Thank you. Second.
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Thank you.
Okay.
Next
Amendment
one.
28, this amendment adds $5,000 to the city manager's office to purchase reusable bags for constituents using the reserve for one-time uses.
Second.
Alderman Gay.
I'm just curious, because obviously this was because you have the legislation to get rid of the plastic bags. I'm wondering, and I was just talking about this during the recess, is it necessary to purchase the reusable bags? Are you just trying to get the word out, or?
Alderman Savage.
The intention of this is to have bags that we primarily focus on distributing to the lower income areas in the city.
I have a question.
Hopefully, presumably when the ordinance gets passed.
Okay.
Or in case, I should say. In case.
Thank you. Alderman Pendle-Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderman Savage, do you have any kind of proposal how this will be distributed to what communities and how many bags are we talking? Any idea?
I don't, but I would say we'd be happy, I think, the Environmental Matters Committee to get that report from the city manager's office. Before it gets spent, we could come to an agreement and report back to the council.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Right, Alderman Arnett.
We do have a history. Mayor Moyer had probably at least this many reusable bags made when we were first getting into this kind of legislation. So we can probably look back and see how those got distributed. I have two.
Right. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next up.
Amendment 29, sponsored by Alderman Savage. This amendment adds $25,000 to the Watershed Restoration Fund to fund resources needed to shift to an ERU-based model using the reserve for one-time uses.
The motion.
Second.
What is ERU?
Alderman Savage.
So the ERU, it's short for equivalent residential unit. And they use it in the county and other jurisdictions, but in short, it just basically assesses a fee based on your actual impervious surface. So in the theory, we'd be able to get more money. Well, it's not a theory. We would be able to get more money from larger commercial properties that have huge asphalt, seas of asphalt, right? And also we could shape it so that it's more equitable on the lower end. So people actually have less impervious surface, they're not going to pay that much. Right now, it's kind of based on different tiers.
Thank you. Alderman Gay.
Yeah, my only question is, so if this is is creating the fee, or is modifying the fee, it says, needed to?
No, it doesn't adjust. Basically, staff said they need some resources in order to make the transition. Stantec in their report have identified what we need. They've been recommending it for many years, but we've never allocated the resources necessary to, because they have to do work in GIS and other to figure out how to make that transition.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Thank you. Next up, please.
Amendment number 30, sponsored by Alderman Savage. This amendment adds $15,000 to the Watershed Restoration Fund to fund resources needed to link databases to modify the stormwater fee using the reserve for one-time uses.
Second.
Thank you. Right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I
31.
will be withdrawing Amendment 31.
Okay.
Amendment 31 is withdrawn. Amendment number 32, sponsored by Alderman Savage. This amendment adds $100,000 to the city manager's office for funding to support homeowners in the event Cars Beach community is annexed into the city using the reserve for one-time uses.
So move.
Second.
Can you explain it to me, Alderman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've spoken with the Cars Beach community, and they, for the most part, have.
I'm sorry, I'm mixing this up with Elktonia Cars Beach, under the actual Cars Beach area, sorry. I understand now.
Okay.
Yeah. This isn't about the park, this is about, yeah, great. Okay. Thank you. Can you put me down as a sponsor on that? Thank you.
The housing, they're planning to submit an annexation petition to the city to become part of the city. And this was set aside some money for this fiscal year if we need to have any kind of thing to assist with that. In particular, getting the utilities hooked up because they have a lot of failing septic systems. So this would help based on a need basis to fund those connections.
So we'll remove a bunch of septics, which would be great, much better for the watershed. And Alderman Schneidermeyer. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I understand the desire to improve the infrastructure from septic to sewer. I am going to vote against this just because I've seen the preliminary results of our land value study, and we are not keeping up with our currently existing infrastructure enough. They'll get more into detail on that when we do the work session on it. So that is a fear that I have, and the land use currently in that area can't sustain that degree of infrastructure.
Thank you. Alderman Savage.
Just so something that might help win your support back would be the petition for annexation. When we get that, we'll come with a proposed zoning density as far as potentially increasing the amount of housing. That is still to be determined when we get the actual petition, but that might help equalize out some of your infrastructure concerns because of the increased tax base.
That does. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next up.
Amendment number 33. Nope.
Actually be withdrawing Amendment 33 as well. I have a secondary amendment that will keep the vision in place. The issue was, though, is that if I took this money, Central Services wouldn't have landscaping, and so our grass wouldn't get cut, so.
Right, amendment number 34.
Sponsored by Alderman Gay, this amendment adds $168,000 to the city manager's office for a grant administrator and increases the real property tax rate to 0.74.
So moved.
Second.
Alderman O'Neill had a hand up first.
Well, you should let me explain the amendment.
Huh? He seconded it, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman
While I support the amendment, I do not support where we're pulling the money from. I will vote in favor of it if we can find another place to pull the money from, because I do not believe that we should raise taxes to support staff, we will have a huge uproar from our constituents.
Alderman Gay, sorry.
Thank you so much. The intention behind the amendment is that outside of the Office of Emergency Management, not a single department brings in substantial grants to help sustain the rising cost in every department. We added a grant administrator to this budget, but it was added to Department of Public Works, which is like, okay, well, what does that say to police? What does that say to fire? What does that say to planning and zoning? And all the other departments and offices that have increased costs but are not providing revenue, as OEM does. What I would like to see is this grant administrator work in tandem with the city manager's office to support requests from departments that are trying to apply for grants, that are trying to create revenue in the city, so that we are not so reliant on the general fund, one-time only funds for most of our projects, as we have done this entire budget. I too was not thrilled about the source of funding, but it was the recommendation from finance, and I obliged because otherwise I'd be taking the funding from one time only, which would not allow the position to be reoccurring, which I think is the goal. But I agree.
I think we get some clarification from Director Dickinson and City Manager.
No, I was just going to, changing the tax rate takes a bit of work. I mean, we're going to have to advertise, and we have to inform the state, and I'm not sure what the restrictions are on that. It will take a full advertisement in the paper, like a full ad that we're changing the tax rate, and a public hearing on that as well. And I also have just recalled that did we not pass an amendment from Alderman Savage's amendment that frees up $128,000 of general fund money for the watershed thing?
That funds a new position and a potential increase in the grade.
I thought we were moving some costs from general fund to the,
It's already accounted for in a previous amendment.
I'm sorry, what?
It's already accounted for in a previous amendment.
Oh, so it was already reallocated.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just trying to think of other sources that we might have come up with for this. It's just, we'd have to have a full public hearing when you're increasing a tax rate now, and we'd have to do it Monday. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I also just wanted to clarify the grants picture. There are several different departments that bring in a lot of dollars in grants. Obviously, there are a lot of grants that exist within the transit space. Planning and zoning has, and Jackie have been extremely active at applying for grants across a number of different areas. Rec and Parks has grants. Police brings in several million,
Correction.
manages several
I
million.
didn't say they didn't have grants. I said substantial, meaning that they help in the operating budget of their departments or offices.
Yeah, so for example, APD, just for like FY23 and FY24 has 2.3 million of their own grants that they manage, right?
2.3 million out of a $30 million budget.
Yeah, so at any rate.
Okay, got a lot of hands up. Are you finished, Alderman O'Neill? You're all done? So Alderman Annette had his hand up.
I was going to support Alderwoman O'Neill's position. I'm sort of lukewarm on financing the city through grants, but I definitely am not lukewarm about increasing the tax rate. I just don't think we need to go there.
Thank you. Alderman Tierney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I agree. Increasing the tax rate basically opens up the door to our priorities, ties back to our comprehensive, to our survey, as Alderwoman Finlayson alluded to before. There's a zillion reasons we could find in raising the taxes, whether it be public safety or, so that's really that's really difficult and frankly, too late perhaps. But I don't want to underestimate this transfer that we did from the Finance Department to the to Department of Public Works. That's huge because majority of grants are in the capital budget. And to have somebody dedicated to that is a real success story, or at least I hope it is. So let's see how that goes and move forward.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I have no, if it passes or fails, it's not my, my top priority. We have all have, pet projects or have requested things be funded from these departments, or we'd like to see the departments do more, and they simply can't because they just don't have the resources. And so where does that come from? Taxes. And so it's like, at some point, you'll have to get real with the constituency and say, the city wants to do more. For you, we have to assess the taxes. I'll withdraw the amendment.
Can I talk about my grant writing ninjas? We pulled down tens of millions of dollars. We're on over 50 million already.
For what?
Across the city.
For what?
Lots of tens of millions of dollars coming our way in different grant forms. So we really have historically pulled down more grants in this team here than we have in modern history, I'd say. So.
If we could, it would be very helpful to have a report on what grants the departments have brought in. That'd be helpful. I'm only aware of OEM, and I'm not even joking.
It's coming your way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you. Okay, we didn't vote it down, do we? We had a second, so I think we've just got to vote it down. Yeah. All those in favour say aye.
I thought he said withdrew it.
We seconded.
He got a second.
Oh, okay.
All those opposed say nay.
No.
Nay.
Nay.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman Gay. Thank you.
Amendment number 35, sponsored by Alderman Gay. This amendment cuts $19,000 of funding for drug screening from the Human Resources Division and adds the funding to the non-allocated contingency account.
So we'll move that.
Thank you. So moved.
Second.
What you'll see being distributed right now to support the amendment are emails from myself, the Human Resources Director, the City Manager, of me requesting, and the City Attorneys is on this as well, that the city follow suit of other jurisdictions and municipalities and remove marijuana from the pre-employment urinalysis test. This concern started in 2020. The state has passed enabling legislation legalizing cannabis use. There is no reason outside of for individuals that operate large, heavy machinery that the city should be testing for cannabis. It's so bad that we even tested our interns for cannabis. These kids are 16, 17, 18. It's crazy. I'm proposing that we remove this funding from the HR office. We, as the body, create policy because the office, I've requested that the city manager and the HR office take the lead on that. You can look at the dates on the email. It has not been done. We reallocate the funding once policy is passed that removes cannabis from the pre-employment drug screening. I'm not asking that, we remove all drugs, Schedule I narcotics from the pre-employment drug screening. The one that has been passed by the state and that is admittedly used by 57% of Marylanders. Not only is the current policy shrinking the pool of available applicants, it is highly discriminatory considering that minorities are predominant users of cannabis. Other jurisdictions have made the necessary step to expand their pool and to stop the discriminatory practice of cannabis in pre-employment drug screenings. Very small acts. We hold this funding until we pass policy and reallocate it immediately back to the Human Resources Department or office.
Alderman Nat had his hand up first, and Alderman
I'll
Savage.
yield to Alderman Savage. I think he's going to make the point better than I.
Alderman Savage.
Well, I don't know. But, so I'm not quite sure how I'm going to vote on this. I support where you're going with this 100%. Your points are absolutely right as far as the discrimination. I do have legislation I'm working on. I've received some guidance from the law office as far as different directions to go. I was originally following the California model, but I think the law office was recommending some other ways forward. So I plan on picking that up once we're out of the budget season, because I do think we need to put something in the code, regardless of if this passes or not, something in the code that prohibits the kind of discrimination that the alderman mentioned, because it does really impact hiring practices. Because I think we need to work on removing, like Washington D.C. has, and I think Baltimore, as far as removing screening, pre-employment screening for cannabis. We also need to work on our safety sensitive definition, because we have employees who are, simply because they drive a city vehicle, which is a lot of folks in the city, may be considered safety sensitive. I think we really need to define that term better as a jurisdiction. So I do think there's work to be done, but I also know there are some positions that have to be screened. Even if we pass something locally, the Federal Department of Transportation, they have to, like the bus drivers, they have to be tested for certain drugs, certain substances. CDL, commercial driver's license holders, they have to be screened. So we can't get around those requirements, although we do have to meet the new standards, because even the federal government's going towards saliva testing instead of urine testing, because it's more accurate and allows more flexibility. So there's a lot that needs to go into this. I don't know if that's the point Alderman Arnett was going to make, but
It is essentially, Mr. Mayor, but I think this is better accomplished by changing the employee rules and regulations. It's hard for me to determine, we do have to do some drug testing, so how much is split out by the drug testing for cannabis use? I don't know. I would ask the sponsor, did you have some research that came up? $19,000 is an unusual number.
Well, that's how much, I made a request to the finance department to look at how much is used for pre-employment drug screening. That was the number that came back.
So maybe we can ask the HR director to help us.
Just put your hand up if that's right.
So to remove cannabis from the drug panel, and of which we've already made arrangements with our drug screening company regarding the panels, we would incur the same cost for pre-employment drug testing. Just removing cannabis doesn't remove our medical review costs related to review of all other controlled dangerous substances, does not remove our lab costs, and it doesn't change at all the costs that we pay to our vendor that provides us drug screening. So cannabis alone is not going to be a saving. Removal of cannabis alone is not going to be a savings. The better way to do that, and the way we are already doing that, is to not test for cannabis. Do not use cannabis results for non-safety sensitive individuals.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, my intention is not to create savings. My intention is to have the Human Resources Office, along with the City Manager's Office, to follow through with the policy request that was made more than 2 years ago. And in the email, I attached the links to the neighboring jurisdictions that, this is the follow-up to my original email. I attached examples of where the offices or the city manager just made the unilateral decision. So my question is, what has taken us 2 years that is taking other municipalities a month to do?
We are already in place to deal with non-safety sensitive positions
Is that
that do not
policy?
require. So we do not feel that the policy as written that prevents us from following through in that manner. We do not feel that it does that. One of the other challenges, and we've had a lot of conversation around alternate forms of testing, is that our vendor has advised us that the Maryland state government determines what it qualifies as a lab and what kinds of tests are appropriate to use for those testing. As it is right now, saliva testing, blood testing is not even covered by what's necessary to certify Maryland labs. So we have some of those elements or pieces of what we're trying to navigate on the recommendation side. So the policy and some of the things that we have had conversations about are things that are elements that we're trying to be inclusive of, but make sure that we're also responding to what our legal requirements and our legal possibilities even under current state law. We do have a lot of movement in this area. We definitely have movement in this area. It may not be in the form of a policy change, because I understand that you want additional information within the policy, but we feel that with the policy that we have currently, that we can navigate both state law and our own practices.
I don't think my question was clearly asked.
Okay.
What is the current, as the policy exists, the written verbiage, is it requiring you to test for cannabis?
It does not require us to test for cannabis. It requires us to do pre-employment drug testing.
And so you, as the director, are then saying, as my duration as the director of HR, I'm removing the cannabis. But what is that? You aren't going to be here forever. And so how do you put in policy verbiage to protect employees?
We have legal direction through state law, which allows us to make those decisions, which allows us to instruct our vendor, which allows us to carry out those examinations with our potential employees.
So again, so why not just, instead of using your unilateral authority to say, while I'm here, we won't do this, what is your fear of adding something in written policy?
I'm not trying to address this from a fear standpoint. I'm trying to address this from what are our legal constraints and what are our abilities under our current rules and regulations. I think that they're reasonable. I think that we are in a good position to carry out and respond to changes in law, and that we are doing so. We also need to always navigate what are legal restrictions, which include those that are covered under DOT or the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Act, those individuals that are involved in safety-sensitive positions, and to use a good definition of that across city government so that we can also maintain a drug-free workplace, because we're still subject to federal law.
So is Baltimore City breaking federal and state law, in your opinion?
I'm not in a position to comment on that. I don't know their policy thoroughly. I'm not in a position to comment on that.
Baltimore has removed pre-employment drug screening in its entirety, except for the, as you mentioned, Department of Transit employees.
That's an administrative decision they apparently have made that it sounds like it includes other drugs that are included on the CDS register.
Bless you.
We're all in agreement. We need to develop policy here. What is the current practice for the state and for the county? Do they test for?
I do not know fully what they're doing. I know that I don't know.
Thank you. Alderman Savage?
So, I do think, again, as much as I support this, I do think we should be creating policy through resolution and ordinance as opposed to there's a lot to fit into a budget amendment, but I get your point because our current policy is flawed, right? It does say, I know I'm hearing that you only screen safety sensitive, but our policy number 2 just says all persons hired for positions in the city of Annapolis are required to undergo a drug screening test as part of the pre-employment employment processing. So that's written into our current policy, which, to the Alderman's point, could be updated pretty quickly, just to strike that or make some qualifiers on that statement. I think he's trying to push the point through the budget amendment.
I just want you to know and understand when you're saying strike pre-employment testing, you're talking about all testing.
I'm not.
And so that would be a policy
I'm not
shift. So
saying that necessarily.
that the policy does not expressly identify the panel of drugs that are tested. It says that we conduct pre-employment testing.
Right, but I'm saying that's to his point. You could easily work that into that policy to have some qualifiers. If you don't want an outright prohibition, we can maybe do that legislatively, but you could work something in here in the time being that says we're not going to do pre-employment screening for cannabis for this classification of employee. I know you said you only do that for safety sensitive, but that's not written in the policy right now. The policy says everybody.
Alderman Tierney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to understand it a little bit better. What's before us, Alderman Gay, is it not testing for just cannabis? Because your amendment reads just delete drug testing. I assumed it was for all, like alcohol, marijuana, whatever. Is it just cannabis that you're addressing? I don't know, or can you do that?
It's solely cannabis.
Okay.
The language that exists would require all. And we just had an internship program. I don't recall if any of them were safety sensitive and they were taking pre-employment drug screening tests.
They were taking pre-employment drug tests. Nobody was eliminated for any cannabis use.
So what you're saying is if somebody takes a test and they're positive for cannabis, it's okay and they can be hired unless it's a
Department of Transportation employee or safety sensitive, which
It's actually a larger number of employees from that.
Yeah. Right, I'm looking at DPW with the, yeah. And my colleague just reminded me.
Sorry, I didn't realize that my mic was on.
My colleague just reminded me that Director Johnson said she can't hire lifeguards because of the drug test. So where do you draw the line between safe and not safe? Is that a legal definition?
It's a legal definition. You need to make sure that you're including individuals whose responsibilities could have an impact on the life or health of themselves, right, or those that they have responsibility for.
Right.
So, Mayor, if I could, in closing, I think we've wrapped this train enough.
Yeah.
I find it absolutely insane that you as an employee, anybody, this is not directed to any employee, could go home and drink a gallon of Hennessy and come into work tomorrow. You know, you might be stumbling a little bit, but you can get up and come to work tomorrow, go to your job, sit at the desk, and you know, there's not a problem. But you smoke cannabis, which is a legal substance, but based on the state, and they won't hire you. That's insane. This is an antiquated rule. You can call the question, Mr. Mayor.
I think we could just vote on it. I mean, everybody's weighed in, so Alderman Savage.
Sorry, because this is going to come up. This is going to come up in the future, but I do think that's a great point about the lifeguards, because that's the failure of the current testing method we utilize, which is urine test. It could detect responsible cannabis use that goes back 3-4 months. Somebody smoked it off hours, yet it's still in their system. In no way are they whatsoever inhibited or, what's the word? Impaired. In no way are they impaired whatsoever. So for a lifeguard, why are we using a test like that? There's nothing that requires that federally, nothing that requires that in the state. We could very well just say no test. We could very well use a different kind of test or a different threshold to make sure we get these staffed up. They have other testing that they utilize, which is visual testing using apps. Use it in the mining industry. if we're really worried about impairment, we can use something like that as well. But anyway, this is a lot to get into for amendment, but it's going to come up when we get to the policy.
City Attorney, sorry.
Just want to correct something. In Maryland, it's still illegal to possess marijuana if you're under 21. If lifeguards are 16, 17, 18, or 15, you would be outside of the legal parameters for lifeguards.
Is it illegal to use if you're under 21?
Use, possess. I'm assuming when you use, you are possessing. Maryland law prohibits possession of marijuana of any scale to people who are under 21 in the state.
Clarification, if you are a minor, you can obtain a medical marijuana card to the point that even the school system will store the medical cannabis on the school's facility so that it can be used or administered to a minor who has a certified medical marijuana card.
Alderman Shannon has been waiting for a long time. Sorry, Director Dickinson.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just for my clarification, yes or no, do we currently administratively screen for cannabis use in potential hires?
We do screen for cannabis
Do we reject for cannabis to new hires?
for particular positions, yes.
For non-safety related positions, what about those?
Depends on the position. And again, we evaluate for their safety sensitive status.
Okay. Is that safety sensitive status the reason why Parks and Rec is flagging potential lifeguards? Or do they have a separate system from you for their hiring?
So Rec and Parks isn't flagging anything. We evaluate each position as they occur, and we have a definition of safety sensitive that we are applying. Again, it's affecting the life or safety or health of individuals that they are responsible for, or that by virtue of their job, they could cause harm to themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Dickinson.
I just wanted to comment on something from before. I was wondering myself what $19,000 is. That's the amount that's in Human Resources budget for all drug screening testing. So I just wanted to clarify. That's correct,
So
right?
that would include the legal.
Everything.
Yeah,
It's
everything.
like, it's all the money for drug screens.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to confirm that. It's everything.
And you'd always have to do a degree of that, of course, right? Yeah. You're gonna need some budget for testing no matter where we go, right? Yeah.
Yes, we would. Yeah.
All right, so I guess all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Thank you. Katie?
Amendment number 36, sponsored by Alderman Gay. This amendment adds $31,300 to the mayor's office to increase the pay grade of the African American Community Services Specialist from an A10 to an A14 and increases the real property tax rate to .7384.
So, same thing. This was the funding mechanism given to me when I requested it from the finance department. The thing that trips me out the most is that when we put together the amendments for staff, there's never any funding. But if you look at when they added the HR analysis to human resources, they budgeted that for $148,000 in the mayor's budget. So there's always money for staff. I wish that level of resources when it comes to other positions are made available. This position needs to have a great increase. This individual manages programs, manages individuals, has been here a very long time, and it's striking that the position has not had a great increase. We have modified other roles in the mayor's office. I think the special projects, and there were several other over the course in budgets. this is due time that this position is paid appropriately and equally to their colleagues.
Have you moved it? I need someone to move it and a second it before we start discussion. We get a second. Right.
Second.
Thank you. I think Alderman O'Neill, and it went before your committee, right?
It went before my committee.
I guess the whole budgets for each department went before your committee. So,
Yes.
sorry.
I was just going to say that while I understand that people might deserve raises and change in their employment, their scale, we were in this same position last year when we were talking about Office of Emergency Management, and we're told that that's why we were doing the comp and pay scale. So I don't think that we can accept this amendment because it does go outside of, even though we don't have our full report on the composition and the position and pay report, this goes outside of that scope. I mean, if we do this, then everybody who doesn't believe in their scale is going to be coming to the council asking for raises. That's what I'm going to say about that.
So you need to respond.
Equity, that's all I'll say.
Okay. Alderman Shandemeyer, then Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to flag something technical. This would increase the tax rate from 0.07380 to 0.7384. That lack of a zero in between the point and the 7 is very substantial. I believe this was accidental, but before we debate further, I feel like that should be corrected if the sponsor is amendable to that.
Of course, I'm amenable to technical adjustments.
Just so for the sake of everybody's debating, can we make that correction formally? Do I have to make a motion for that?
Can we hold on a minute, please? Hold. I'm checking how it's worded in the, so please note that in the ordinance itself, we talk about the tax rate as if it's 0.738 on each $100. So if it doesn't compare to the previous amendment might have had the decimal in the wrong place.
So the previous amendment, so the 0.07 is the incorrect number.
Correct. This point, the decimal place should read, the current tax rate is 0.7380.
Okay.
Not 0.0, it's 0.7.
Okay.
So the strike number is incorrect.
Okay, so in that case, Alderman, you had it correctly formatted and.
Oh, okay.
Alderman Gay.
Thank you so much. In closing, it reeks of blankism, how our minority employees feel that they're inadequately paid. Not just this position, others, all across the board, even with, I don't want to, call out certain positions. I'm eager to see the comp, and pay plan scale. I hope it's done quickly so that employees are able to take advantage of what they should be paid. I don't understand how this person has been here for damn near 6 years and has not seen a significant or substantial grade increase. And that's my closing.
Alderman Arnett, and then Mr. City Manager wanted to weigh in. Sorry, back to you, Alderman Shandemeyer. Sorry.
So I have two concerns. I'm certainly not supporting a tax rate change. But secondly, and this would be a question for the HR director, is this something that is part of the impending classification and compensation study? I agree with the alderman this seems like an equity issue, but I think we have processes to do the compensation study, the classification study.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, very much. And so it's actually one of the positions that was identified as to make sure that there was special attention. So we identified a number of positions based on information over time where there were concerns about them to make sure that that was part of it. I know that Chief of Staff Kate Pettit has been talking to the consultants and has been providing additional information about this particular position.
So in the process, since we're not getting the class and comp likely in time for the budget, when we do get it, and it does say that this position should be elevated or changed from its current level, what will we do? A budget amendment to make that change to reflect the pay increase?
Yeah, as we shared earlier, that when the consultant's work is done in that regard, they will get recommendations as to the grade assignment for different positions. They're working through those interactions with the departments for those particular positions where they need to have that kind of information so they can render a decision.
So while the alderman's correct that this is language for a number of years, it does seem like a solution is
It's
impending.
definitely part of the class and comp study, yes.
I have one last question.
Alderman Gay.
Thank you so much. If we knew that the comp and pay plan was coming up, how were certain departments, planning and zoning, I think public works, I think HR, able to go to the either administration, the city manager, and the finance department and say, I need more employees? And the finance and city manager found the funding. How does that work? Why wouldn't you, for example, you have requested an increase for, I think, the budget, HR analysis. How did you couldn't have waited for the comp and pay?
You're Michael Malinoff, city manager.
Mr.
It's a bit of an apples and oranges discussion. We're looking for positions because of jobs that aren't filled. There are a number of departments. OEM just did a planner position. You're asking to reclassify an existing position, and there are a number of those that are being reviewed by the class and compensation study, and we're waiting to hear. And our recommendation is not to pick out individual positions right now for increases until this is reviewed.
But for example, that HR role, they're stating that is brought in to help the class and comp study. A study that we won't have.
Excuse me, that position was really more a high-level professional position so that the director or the chief can plan for succession. And there are needs in that department to have additional support. I understand what you're saying, but we're not, we're looking at existing positions through the class and compensation study to see if they're adequately paid in comparison to their peers.
Alderman Shannemeyer.
Thanks, Mayor. So if we want to debate classification, et cetera, and the proper way to do that, that's up to you guys. But I want to point out just some kind of quick, dirty math I've been doing here. My current home is worth approximately $350,000. If you were to tax that based on the per $100 level, that's about $3,500. Currently, our proposed tax rate, I would be paying $2,583 a year. Under this proposed increase, it would be $2,584.40. It's an increase of about $1.40. On a $500,000 home, it would be about $2. If I'm doing something horrendously wrong in my quick, dirty math, please let me know. But does that sound at least reasonable or right? Or am I just making myself seem like a goof right now?
I don't know. I would have to know the value of your home and all that. I have not been following.
I said the value. approximate value of my home.
I know, I have to run it through the calculator, and I haven't done that, so.
All right. What
I do agree that it would not be a very large increase on any individual home. I do agree with that.
What I'm saying is I understand people's hesitation on classification and that debate. This doesn't seem to be putting a whole lot of pinch on folks to support an office that does an awful lot. I will let the rest of you guys discuss that internally.
Alderman Neal.
Thank you. And sorry that I'm speaking again, but I do have to say this. It might not sound like a lot, but when you have constituents and you're telling your constituent that in their belief, the city employees we already have too many. We're already top heavy in employees. I'm not saying that that's my belief. I'm just saying that's what I hear time and time again. And you're telling them that you're going to raise their taxes. When we heard from Director Dickinson, she said it's not just a matter of changing this point. It's a hearing. It's between now and next Monday. I don't think that is enough time frame because you have to give a certain amount of leeway before a public hearing. I don't think that we need to be changing property tax rates for employees. I understand that that employee should be looked at and as perhaps a different class on the scale. But there's several employees in that department who are all in that same category, A10. There are 3 others in that department. The Hispanic liaison, the special events, I forget what the title is. There are 3 when you look at it in that department. And across the departments, there are others that are also at that level. So if we're going to fight for one, we need to fight for them all. And it all depends on what their job description is and what the compensation plan comes out to be. I can't support this.
No, it's fine, and I completely get it. I wish, again, that there was another funding mechanism. This is what was proposed as the best. But as I've continued to point out, it is questionable to me that other departments can go directly to the city manager and the finance director and request to have $148,000 positions added, and it's done. Thank you.
So I'm going to call the question after you, Alderman Tierney.
Okay, real quick, after, I'm having PTSD from your first year as mayor with remember? It is a big deal, every penny of impact of a tax increase. When we had the meeting with the consultants, am I correct in saying that one of their priorities was equity? Okay, so they will look at it through an equity lens. So I'm going to kill this to death, but when we get that report then, and you sort of touched on this, Alderman Arnett, you've got the report, you've got what we've done. So do you go through it and say, okay, this one up, this one good, this one up, this one good? Is that what you do? And then if you do change a classification, you have to come back to the council and say, we need to do a resolution? Is that how it works? Is that the...
Right, so the resolution that has the position summary, R17, we would come back and amend accordingly. That approved, if it's approved, position summary, because the position summary for civil service has both the title and the grade assignment.
Yeah.
And so if there are changes to titles, there may be changes to titles, or maybe changes to grades, there's more than likely a combination of both. And those would come before you in the form of a resolution.
So I have to ask, why isn't there this sense of urgency in getting this report completed? I mean, I don't, like I said earlier, I'm not feeling the love here. I mean, what is holding us back from getting this report?
I assure you the sense of urgency is not lacking on the part of the city. We are pushing, and we're going through the process with them. We are going through all the steps with them.
When was the last time it was done? So, I mean, the process takes a long time. How long ago did we vote on the funding the study? I mean, so it's been in motion for a year, and that was what we expected, right? Mr. City
Mr.
Manager.
Mayor, actually, no, our hopes was to have this done sometime after the first of the year so that we would have it for this budget cycle. Unfortunately, I say this carefully, Mr. City Attorney, the performance on behalf of the consultant hasn't been as quick as we had hoped. And we have been making this point repeatedly to the point that the HR director doesn't want to talk to me anymore.
That's not a true statement.
I've been making that point. No, we get it. We wanted it so much and so badly to have it wrapped up. And really the genesis of this report, and now I'm really diverging because I got a cup of tea in me and I'm starting to feel a little more alive. I didn't get to go out and eat like some did. Is that Tricia, Jody, and I were sitting around talking about different pay plans and how we were, back in the last decade, at least, the last century. And so we discussed how we wanted to update it, make it easier, not easier, but better for evaluations, and the issue with the longevity steps and others. So then we came to you all, and you very graciously, with funds that Jody said were surplus in 2 fiscal years ago, granted it so that then we could do the RFP. Tricia came back very pleased and couldn't say enough good things with this consultant group because of their work with the county and otherwise. And we started moving it along to the point of here we are. So, I mean, I don't know what more I can say.
We are where we are.
Clarity before we vote. We have not had a Hispanic liaison in 2 years. We've been using a Hispanic navigator in OCS, and the last one was given a raise to the head of the Office of Community Services, the last Hispanic liaison we had, just for clarity.
Thank you. Alderman Pindell-Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I'm hearing about this class and comp study, I'm wondering if there was a contractual and legal requirement that they needed to complete this report by a certain date, and they have not, which means there needs to be an adjustment made in whatever they're charging us for this document that we have not received. Am I right, wrong?
Well, it'd be something that we could discuss with the city attorney. I'd like to try to get it done, but that general idea is not far from my mind.
If there's a legal requirement that they were supposed to complete it by February 1st or whatever day it was,
right,
and it hasn't been done, then we need some sort of compensation. Because just think about what's going on right now in this discussion.
Right. We don't disagree with you, and I'd rather discuss that with the city attorney, but we aren't in disagreement with you that there's been a lack of performance.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to take a vote on it. Alderman Gay, I'm trying to get to where you're trying to get to, I promise you, but not this way, so I can't vote this way. Thank you. And there's been increases in that salary every single year, so. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Thank you.
Amendment number 37, sponsored by Alderwoman Finlayson. This amendment adds $50,000 to the mayor's office for state and county lobbyists using the reserve for one-time uses.
Second.
And you'll be all getting that summary of all the grants that we have got that's on the way. So we've been effective, and I believe there's only a couple more years that this money, or a year more, where this money is going to be out there, and we've been very successful so far. But this is Alderwoman Finlayson's idea. So.
Well, Mr. Mayor, what we learned was that the lobbyists that we currently have are federal lobbyists from DC, and they lobby on that level for us, which is needed. What we have had in the past is someone lobbying for us with county and state issues. And we have missed some things even though our staff have had opportunities to testify on our behalf, unbeknownst to us for the most part, but they're the experts in their fields. But we've had no one to kind of coordinate what legislation in the state legislature is impacting us. So this position will serve that purpose.
Thank you. Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate the goal. I understand this will make things more convenient. I think we do have a pretty positive relationship with our current delegation, and just for folks' reference, I've personally made time to go to county things that would impact us or go to state things that could impact us, and testified myself. That's all.
Appreciate that. Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Thank you.
Amendment number 38, sponsored by Alderman Gay. This amendment adds $75,000 to the Department of Planning and Zoning for minority business development using the reserve for one-time uses.
Second. We've already passed, we passed monies last year to get this started. The idea was that the city would try to navigate it on its own and disperse grants. Thanks to Hope and Stephen from Economic Development, we've gotten to a partnership with Anne Arundel's
Workforce Development.
Community Development Corporation.
Thank you, yeah. And they have a program that is already operating. It's like 6 weeks. They provide small business owners or prospective small business owners the education necessary to manage and run a business. With that, they dispersed 2 grants. And so what we have done, and I don't know where it is in the Office of Law, they said they were creating the MOU with the county, is, said, hey, look, we'll run in the next 4 cohorts with you. You pick Annapolis businesses or citizens from Annapolis trying to create business, and we'll pay for their cost of the class and disbursement of the grants. Same thing we did last year, except for we just needed continuation funds.
Alderman Pindell Charles.
You can add me as a co-sponsor for this.
Thank you so much.
Alderman Schneidermeyer.
Thank you. One, please also add me as a co-sponsor too, just for folks' reference. A lot of the original budget amendment from last year got spent and caught up in study costs. So by adding this addition, we're going to actually start making some real on-the-ground impact.
Great. Alderman Tierney.
Will this increase our, what we define as our Office of Economic, where Stephen Rice sits? Will it expand that effort? Is that where this person would sit? Right now, it's just a two-man show.
This is not a role. This funding will go directly to Anne Arundel's Economic Development Corporation, where they already run a program. I'm pulling up actually the title for you right now.
So it's not staffing, it's, what is it then?
No, this is not staffing.
Just, okay.
Is your intention a grant?
I see this as similar to our grant that we did last year with Anne Arundel Workforce Development for getting members of the city of Annapolis involved in the maritime trades. It was kind of a piggyback off of our economic gardening pilot program. So if we're granting it out to community development or yeah, sorry, let me get.
No problem. I just wanted to have it work correctly. We've been working with Anne Arundel County's Economic Development Corporation on a plan for the grant. We have a framework we believe that will work. 5 City of Annapolis businesses that previously graduated from the program are scheduled to receive their 18th month follow-up funding this year. These Annapolis businesses will receive $5,000 each, totaling $25,000. This is from the funds that we passed last year. There's 1 City of Annapolis business that is graduating in the current cohort. This business will receive $5,000. The remaining 45 will go towards other cohorts. The problem is that, as the alderman said, we put money towards the cohorts, but we also need to support the study. And this will allow us to continue to do both graduate cohorts and businesses while also doing the study. The businesses that got the funding in this fiscal year were Jamming Together, which is at 223 Sumner Road, Whole Health Designs, which is at 90 Maryland Avenue, AAP Driving School, which is at 914 Bay Ridge, Bread and Butter Kitchen, which is at 303 2nd Street, and Increase Biz Now, which is at 1125 West Street. Again, you may ask, well, most of these are Hispanic businesses. We can't directly give funding to African American businesses because we don't have a study that says that there is a significant disparity in economic development for those businesses. And so right now is for minorities, which is a very broad definition. It includes minorities of all backgrounds and women. And so that's how the funds are being spent, to help these small businesses.
No, I think the votes are there. We could just vote on this, or
Just one.
Alderman Pendleton.
You're talking about the Ventures program with the county, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Amendment number 39, sponsored by Alderman Gay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I've agreed with my colleagues to make a motion to change the existing funding method to one-time $5,000 from one-time funding.
Thank you for doing that. Friendly amendment, thank you. Second. Got moved and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Amendment number 40, this amendment adds $5,000 to the police department for a domestic violence outreach campaign using the reserve for one-time uses.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
I was ready to say, self-explanatory.
Opposed? All right. Thank you.
Amendment number 41, sponsored by,
Yeah,
I'm
me
sorry.
too.
You can add
Can I
me as a
co-sponsor that?
so co-sponsors would be Alderwoman Tierney and Alderwoman Pendle Charles, right?
Thank you.
Thank
On
you.
40?
On 40.
Put us all on there,
Well, please.
everybody.
Yeah.
Sorry, give me 1 second to update my trackers, please. Okay, amendment number 41, sponsored by Alderwoman O'Neill. The project pages that are impacted follow this amendment in your packet. This amendment adds $198,500 to the Department of Public Works Engineering and Construction Division for a program manager, increases the other revenue in the general fund for the increase in the reimbursements from the capital projects fund, and increases the cost of the Acton Cove Waterfront Park by $13,860, Bay Ridge Avenue Bikeways, Bay Ridge Avenue Sidewalk, College Creek Connector Trail, Duke of Gloucester Floating Pier, general existing waterfront access infrastructure, Hilltop Lane Hiker Biker Connection, Moyer Park Sidewalk enhancements, pedestrian activated crosswalk signals on Cedar Park Road, Spa Road Sidewalk Forest Drive to Hilltop Lane, traffic signal rehabilitation, Tucker Street Boat Ramp, Waterway Improvement Project 4th Street, Waterway Improvement Project 6th Street, Waterway Improvement Project Shipwright Street, Waterway Improvement Project Thompson Street, Waterway Improvement Project Truxton Pump House Road, and West East Express Bikeway projects.
So move.
Before you start, I just want to commend you for doing that. I think that for all of us, we're a year and a half before our election. We've all been working on these projects for years and years and years, and I think people don't realize how much work it takes behind the scene to just get it to the point it is today. So I commend you for this idea. Thank you.
Thank you. My point for this was to add on a project manager so that we can get some of the projects off of our plate sooner. But I do have a point of clarification for the city attorney. In light of the fact that the Port Wardens denied the project for Tucker Street Boat last week, and I'm hoping that we're doing an appeal, can we still, in good faith, add $17,863 to that project? or should it be added to another project?
Well, I mean, the appeal is going to be done.
Has anybody started working on the appeal that's due by Thursday this week?
Yes.
Thank
But we started working on it on Thursday at about 4 o'clock. So it's only Monday, and one of my lawyers is out sick today. So we think that we'll be able to get it done. But I don't see a reason why the council cannot budget it, even with the anticipation that if it's successful, the project can move forward and the funding is there. There's not a problem with that.
Okay, thank you.
And could I ask a question of the Director Dickinson? So a lot of these projects have got grants, are funded through grants. So can the grant money that we pull down be applied to this cost?
So I'm not familiar with the individual grant agreements, so I can't say that specifically. If they're 100% funded with grants, we would have to check on the agreement. I think that this is a project management cost. It would be the same type of costs if we had engineering reviews or our own staff working on it. I don't think it would be outside a typical construction cost. So that would be my sense, but there could be a lot of different grants in that mix of projects. So I wouldn't want to say for certain, but it is a pretty typical construction cost.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Can I ask a question?
Alderman Trudy, sorry.
Yeah, I just have a question on this, and this is huge, and I really thank my colleague for taking this on. The objective was to add, a body to get these home run, get these jobs completed. Would there be any way that we could continue this, this, I don't know what you would call it, a policy? Funding mechanism, thank you. Could we introduce this funding mechanism in future projects so we don't get caught in a staff shortfall, if you will? Because that's what we saw. We're like, there's no way the DPW.
So this idea could be expanded to other projects if you wanted to. Then we would, what it is taking some general fund contractual services costs and getting reimbursed into the general fund from the capital project itself.
Is it okay to use bond money for that reason?
Yes, that's a construction cost as well. It's a valid
you know what I'm at.
cost of constructing anything. So yes, the bond money, yes, could be used for that as well.
So that's something we could ask DPW to do.
We have to, even with this, we're going to have to set up a system.
Yeah.
Because we've never done this type of thing before. So we'll have to figure out how we take this person that we hire contractually and allocate their costs. It's going to be an extra step with the department and with finance.
So we do it presently with stormwater and in the utilities, right? Don't we allocate
So we have hired positions that when we put them into the system as employees, we can say half of their salary is charged here and half of it's here. But this is not an employee, this was put in contract services. So we may be hiring an engineering contracting firm, and therefore their invoices would have to be somehow allocated on a regular basis as to what projects they worked on. So it's just an extra step in the process of allocating costs that we'll have to consider.
Thank you.
Alderman Savage.
Just, so, I mean, can we just simply have a certain percentage of overhead that's charged on CIP projects where they're set to be managed by staff as opposed to a consultant? And have that overhead pay?
So currently, we develop an indirect overhead charge that allocates general administrative city costs to the capital projects. And we developed that rate ourselves with an indirect cost allocation plan. This is not an indirect cost. This is a direct cost that's allocated directly to the projects. We would have to, if this becomes something larger, we may have to then develop some kind of process for looking at all such direct costs and deciding if we want to tag on a direct allocation percentage to projects.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, well, we already voted on that. Next one, please.
Amendment number 42, sponsored by Alderman Gay. This amendment adds $50,000 to the Office of Community Services to fund the Children and Family Success Grant phase-out using the reserve for one-time uses.
Second.
Please have me as a co-sponsor.
Right. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Thank you.
Amendment number 43, sponsored by Alderman Savage. This amendment adds $50,000 to the Police Department for an AI street camera monitoring feasibility study using the reserve for one-time uses.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
All hail Skynet.
Amendment number 44. This amendment adds $30,000 of funding to the Office of Community Services to fund additional wages for the Office of Community Services staff using the reserve for one-time uses. This is sponsored by Alderman Gay.
So move.
Second.
Can you use one-time money for
I can,
salaries?
because it's a trial. You'll see what is being passed around now is from a salary comparison. Now, when I read this, I'm not saying that everybody should be paid as the city managers, but I want you to get an understanding of the people that are managing and what they're being paid and our Office of Community Services staff. City Manager 1, $200,630. City Manager 2, $158,000. You have an aide, $89,530. City Manager 3, $184,940. Then you have a vacant position at $63,864. Office of Community Services staff. Position 1, $44,203. Our social worker, $69,557. The manager, $95,270. The Hispanic is navigator, I believe the correct term is, $23,433. And then our rental assistant coordinator who manages every single rental assistant application, damn near created the application process alongside Laura Gutierrez, $23,433. These are the last two, particularly the rental assistant and the Hispanic liaison are hourly positions. I think if we simply pass this funding and allow the Office of Community Services to increase hourly wages and hours of operation, it would be a great benefit not only to those employees, but to our citizens that rely on these employees. I just think we try it. I don't believe these roles are included in the class and pay scale.
I'm sure when those individuals have been working for a city for 50 years, they might be getting the kind of salaries that we're talking about here, Alderman Gay, but I don't think we can use one-time money, so I just need to get some clarification.
Well, yeah. So just for clarity, these are part-time positions that were initially interns that we have retained. They continue to be part-time. So because they're part-time, you're correct. They're not merit staff. They are not in the class and comp study. But that is the genesis of them being with the office, was through that program.
And to your question regarding the source, I would say if you're going to use one-time monies and you're going to increase their wage, their hourly wage, then presumably if it's canceled, you'd either reduce their hourly wage in the next year, or reduce their number of hours, or reduce the 2 people to 1 person. I don't know, there'd have to be, if there was no funding available in the subsequent year, you'd have to figure out a way to make it work. I think it would be kind of hard to increase somebody's hourly wage and then take it back, so.
Which is not the plan. I 100% agree with you. I think the city can and will find a way to make sure that these employees are paid, for their worth. And to just 2 points, I'm not saying that everybody should be paid the same as a city manager who has worked for the city a number of years, or for the other city manager who has worked for a much larger department and has brought her expertise and her resources to the city, or for the other city manager that is an expert in her field. I'm not saying that, OCS staff should be making $158,000 a year. But one thing that I've been trying to hammer home in a few of these amendments today is the equity issues that are just glaring. And staff, believe it or not, do talk to us. And sometimes they say, hey, I need more. I'm not able to afford basic necessities on the wage that I'm making, but I love the work that I'm doing. I love assisting communities. Second point, if you look at neighboring jurisdictions, just if they have put together their neighboring jurisdictions plans that we've seen in the closed session, the Office of Community Services or social workers or community outreach workers are making so much more, and it becomes incredibly difficult for us to attract talent. These are part-time positions. I'm aware of that. I just think, hey, let's take the shot, pay them fairly, and come back and adjust it so that it's made permanent.
The other thing I did just want to raise is that, we do have a new manager in that office, and one of my goals has been to really give her the space to really plan for what could that office be, and what kind of staff does that mean, and all the rest of it. So I understand your concern. I come from the health and human services world. That work and the people who embrace it have a very, very special place in my heart. And I take your point. I'm trying to honor creating space to really make an intentional program where we can make really intentional choices about what they do. And therefore, what do we do with those? And
Clarification, paying an employee more severely impacts the progress that a director can make?
I just want us to be mindful of
I think her point, Michael Malinoff, city manager, is no, that isn't what she's saying. What she's saying is putting that into perspective with the way that person who was hired wants to run and staff the division that they were hired to run and staff. And there have been several of these regarding that division, and I think the assistant city manager has been consistent all along with that concern. That's all. It's not to say that it may not become the very thing you're suggesting. It's just that the assistant city manager has been very upfront with the desire to give the new person an opportunity to review and make recommendations for their division.
So again, there was no clarification on how paying an employee more impacts the direction that the new office director would like to go. Secondly, if I'm hearing correctly, there could be plans to terminate or remove or change the description of these roles.
No, that's not what Michael Malinoff, city manager. To your first point, the point is, yes, the new person should have the opportunity to run and manage and make recommendations for the division they were hired for based on their particular expertise, and who happens to be supervised by somebody that has extraordinary background in that arena that we also recruited and hired to allow that person, the one sitting next to me, the opportunity to supervise and run certain areas within their expertise. So we're not disputing that there could be value, but we're just saying that we want to run these professionally and give this individual an opportunity to develop their department, their division. That's it. Nothing more complicated than that. And maybe if you give one person a raise, someone else will say, hey, why didn't you think of me? So that's all we're saying. It just,
Point of
I
order,
think,
Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to turn it over to you, Alderman Tierney.
Yeah, point of order. I love you, Alderman Gay, but you have put this department that is present in a very uncomfortable position.
What department?
I know you did not mean to do that. The Office of City Manager with
How did I put
names
him in?
and salaries here. You could have made your point another way.
This is public
all
record.
could have been prevented if we had the classification and comp study, so Alderman Gay would not have to do this. But I'm sure you didn't mean to put them in an awkward position, but you did.
First of all, that's public record. Anybody can look that up and
Yeah,
see
but
what an employee
we have
makes.
enough data in this budget book that you could have used a pie chart, proration, anything without it being in such a level of detail, highly inappropriate.
It's public record.
And frankly, very rude.
It's
so.
public record. Secondly, then what do you say to, call the question.
Yeah.
And let your employees know how you feel.
Okay, well, I'm going to support it because it's only 30,000. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. We might do a roll call. Thank you.
Wait a minute, we're doing,
What's the question?
we're doing a roll call?
Yeah, because I think it was 50-50 there. Yeah, I said all those in favour say aye, and I heard 4 or 5.
Of the call to question or on the amendment?
I was just calling the question, sir. Yeah. Look, I'm just voting on the amendment, okay? Yeah. Right. Aye.
Alderman Savage?
No.
Alderman Arnett?
I'll be sure, this is to call the question?
No.
To fund 30,000 to
On the amendment
enhance-
itself.
Amendment 40.
Aye.
Not 43, not 43.
What, are we voting on the actual amendment?
We are, yes.
No.
One time.
We're using one-time money several times for several different things. We need to
Aye.
get into what that one-time means.
Aye.
Alderman Shannon.
Aye.
Alderman Gay.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a brief statement. I totally support the Office of Community Services, as well as the mayor's staff and others. I just think we need the right process to follow when we're encouraging increases in salary. We have a comp and class study. We all know that's not prepared. But I believe the process is, during the budget process, to go to the mayor and the city manager and the finance director and say, help us increase the salaries of this given department. I'm just not comfortable with the way we're starting to do that now, because it smacks of favoritism. We did it when we had another alderman from Ward 2. That was a mistake then, even though we loved the staff person, you know. So I think we need to follow a process, so there's no favoritism and there's nothing awkward about it, but there is a process for increasing salaries. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Savage.
So I do think I agree with the Alderwoman from Ward 1. It's incredibly inappropriate. Yes, it's public information, but to send out handouts with people's names is just, it's not needed.
You're on the council.
It's not needed. I get your point, but it's not needed. You can make the point probably more effectively by taking the personal out of it. That is what's inappropriate. So, but regarding the bigger question, I don't understand. I want to know what this means in practice. We've approved $30,000 for the office. Is this a bonus? How is it going to be distributed? are we thinking about the greater morale issues? We've had a lot of people come to us who are saying that they're underpaid. Yes, this is a really crucial service that this office is providing, but this is really inappropriate to do, and I'd just like to know how it's going to be done. I mean, we should have asked this before we voted on it. I mean, but you supported it, though. You're saying yes, but you supported it. And then you went off on how we're going to need the classic comp study, and then we're approving this.
But these people are.
I think we're going to, we're getting to the end of the thing.
Why are they not in the classic comp study anyway?
Yeah.
Part-time employees that are not grouped into
Next to Truxton.
So we're getting to the end of it, and I think the city manager, assistant city manager can work that out as a trial. It is a small amount of money. And I'm in agreement with Alderman Savage and Alderman from Ward 1. Next, please.
Amendment 45, sponsored by Alderman Gay. This amendment adds a new project. The project's funded with $200,000 of bonds in fiscal year '25. The capital project page follows the amendment.
Proposed it last year. I think when I had it in the budget last year, it was at a 150, and it was told that the funding was already there, so I withdrew the amendment. Fast forward a year later, I've reached out to Rexham Park. The funding does not exist. I'd like to move forward with, at least study, looking at design, and seeing how we can expand and improve on the existing field. And I just think it'll be a great opportunity to expand youth sports in the city of Annapolis and see what programs will be interested in renting the fields or whatever. You have lacrosse, baseball. I know the All-Stars use the field for practice currently.
So could I get a second on that? And
I think it was.
Okay.
Second.
Alderman Finlayson, I have some questions after that.
Just a quick question. Which one is the Grissom Collison Field?
This is right across from the pool.
From PIP?
Yeah.
The main entrance, the main field there?
It's the back one, correct? Right across from the pool.
Yep.
Around the corner.
Across from the pool, Rosalind Johnson, Director of Recreation and Parks. Across from the pool is Collison. It's Collison. Yes, Collison.
And Grissom?
Grissom is across from PIP.
Oh, so these are
two different
fields.
locations, yes.
Okay, two different fields we're talking about. Thank you.
Sure.
And the current condition, I was just on them. They look like they get resurfaced each year, and it looks like, but they haven't been upgraded for a while. I mean, I'm in support of it, but.
I believe this is to look at the being able to do a rectangular field, or is this?
Multi-purpose. I'm thinking of the fields that have accessible sports play for, like you can do the baseball with the lacrosse or the football with the lacrosse, similar to like how the county has their facilities.
So then this would be for to look at the feasibility of a rectangular field, because currently they're not rectangular fields. They're baseball, softball, kickball, those sorts of things.
While maintaining the playability for kickball, softball, etc. So similar to the Wiley H. Bates field, they have the football and then the baseball.
Yes, because those are rectangular fields.
Yeah, so the rectangle, but just with incorporating the baseball.
And is that what is being requested, or is that just an idea?
That is what I'm requesting we look into.
So it's an addition to the CIP.
It is.
Can I ask you, Director Johnson, I don't want to put you on the spot though, but will that mean more play on that field? Because it's not, the Cal Ripken field is a turf field, and so it can take a lot of punishment. But I know that, for instance, if you let soccer be on there or lacrosse be on there, I've just seen the condition of the Bates field with one season. So just could I get a
So it's going to be a competition of sports at that particular location because those are our baseball locations. And we also play fall ball there too. And then there's adult sports that occur there with an adult group who rents the field. If you asked us if we had our druthers, where would we rather have a rectangular field? That would be at Weems Whalen. To get that field up and running with an artificial turf field, for a rectangular artificial turf field at that location because of the playability and the parking and all those other things. So there would be a competition with Seasons to turn these fields into rectangular fields with the heavy level of use on those fields.
Could I ask Alderman Gay, can you broaden it to include Weems Whalen if we make the funds flexible, or?
Sure, let's include the field that is, I mean, who knows where Weems Whalen is entangled in the Spa Road thing, and so I'm open to it. I know the field needs repair, I know it needs to be raised to prevent flooding, so I'm 100% open to that.
Are you amending the amendment?
I will amend the amendment.
To say what?
To just say Griscom, Collison, Weems Whalen. Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Alderman Shannon.
I withdraw my question.
Do you get a second on, sorry, are we going to go through procedure of?
I will second the amendment to the amendment.
For an amendment, okay. And I will just say, we're in conversations with the Carol Ripken Foundation about a rectangular field there, and turf fields have gone up from 100 to 200 to 300. They're incredibly expensive now, so I know we've got a cap, or we've got to work out something to do there. So every penny will count, Yeah. Okay, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Amendment 46, sponsored by Alderman Gay.
So move.
Second.
Very quick. We have residents in the city that have dead trees, and they just can't afford to have them properly removed. There was an incident with a property off of Tyler Heights, for example. They had a very, very large dead tree in the backyard, and it was damaging the resident and his neighbor's property. I reached out to our urban forestry team. He went out, he placed the placards on their door, letting them know they had to cut it and all that stuff, but they just didn't have the funding. I asked him if the city had the funding available to assist with a project like that, and he said they did not have the capacity. And so I just put in the amendment with the hopes that working with him, there could be a program created for distribution of funds for those in need of assistance with tree removal.
Thank you. Got a first and a second on that. Any other questions? Alderman O'Neill.
Thank you very much. I was under the impression that Alderman Savage's amendment number 20 and the way that was changing would take care of added funding to that project. No?
Alderman Savage.
So this would make a separate pool of money to go towards those who may need help with replacing trees. So that's not covered in my other amendment because we don't have anything currently set up for that. I do think this is a good idea, and I talked to the alderman before. My plan is to try to set up some kind of permanent fund for this instead of just one-time use, but this at least gets something started while we get that permit, because they came up with some recent legislation I was working on with the critical area, and I think the alderwoman from Ward 3 brought this up last time I tried to do something on protecting trees of a certain size. We need this. It's just a matter of how to do it permanently.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Tierney.
So ideally, remember you, Alderman Savage, you tried to pass that legislation about what was it? And it got pushed back. This would actually help probably, because that was, how dare you tell me, force me to take a tree down, and this would this would help. That works in tandem, yeah. Thanks.
Good that there'll be a fund there. I hear Bill Kardash needs a tree taken down.
Income for
He's watching. I'm getting texts.
It's got to get one dig in. Next one.
We didn't vote.
Oh, we didn't vote? Oh, sorry. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Amendment number 47, sponsored by Alderman Arnett. This amendment adds $2 million to the Transportation Fund as a reserve to hedge against the anticipated shortfall in fiscal year 2026, using the reserve for one-time uses.
Let's see if we can get a second for this.
Second. I always got you, Arnett. I always got you.
Thank you. So move.
But
Alderman Tierney.
I have to say this, Alderman Arnett, explain then why you didn't want to increase the parking from $3 to $5. You know, that's where it goes, or hopefully.
So I made this because I wanted to take away all the money for all the amendments we made up to this point and hog it all in one place here. Now, this came about listening to the presentation before the budget, the Finance Committee by the departments, and I was struck by the fact that Transportation Director, who was waxing enthusiastic about the efforts of the department, and we were talking about running the fixed routes, we were talking about running the circulators, kind of in competition with the fixed routes, but then talking about adding on-demand transit. And I asked the director, does on-demand transit pay for itself? No. So we're talking about all of these things, and we're talking about in the comp plan how improving transportation is critical when we're talking about increasing the density of housing. And yet we hear from the finance director that we're going to be coming up very short in fiscal '26 for money for the transportation department. So this is a placeholder on my part to say we do have to look forward. I don't know how we're going to solve the transit shortfall that the finance director has discussed with us. And it seems to me like we ought to be setting aside some money to make sure that we are going to be able to continue to run buses in fiscal '26. So that's the purpose of this amendment. It is an amendment that is symbolic as opposed to financial, but I am very concerned. I think I share this with Alderwoman Finlayson. We've been concerned for years now, particularly with the funding for the city dock out of Hillman, how we're going to finance transportation. And so I'm attempting to make a statement here and stimulate dialogue.
Alderman Schnellmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I've spent more time on a bus in the past year than the rest of the council put together. That's not me flexing, that's just me saying how I get around. That's just me saying what I'm very accurate. Look, I understand wanting to fund transit, but there needs to be a core density for it to actually be effective. And by just dumping a very large sum of money in front of that, to then not have that land use catch up immediately, which we're not gonna do. It's lighting a lot of money on fire. So if I could bring the director up here, please, Director Moore, just to maybe ask a couple questions that might potentially get me away from that belief.
Try.
Yeah, Director Marcus Moore, Transportation.
So with this $2 million, could we get the buses going every 15 minutes, reliably, consistently?
Not right away, Alderman. That will take, a little bit of time and effort to do that. That increases headways. We don't have any that are on every 15 minutes except for the free Magenta shuttle.
which is connecting very dense areas of the city to very dense areas of the city, I would like to point out. So what could that get us reliably as quickly as possible? What type of headways are we talking?
We can well, we're right in the middle of our transit development plan study. They're going to take a look at.
If Alderman, if this helps, this just funds status quo for next year. Nothing new can be added. Do you want to add
Director
to that?
Dickinson?
Yes, can I point out that this is just a hedge against the shortfall in 26 that we talked about with the state monies flattening out and the expenses within the transportation fund, even with status quo services, is growing. There's going to be a delta there, and they're going to run out of their ARPA funds this year, and we're going to run out of our ARPA funds this year. And so for 26, we were talking about there may be a need to provide some other revenue source. And I think this is just a reserve that will reside in the transportation fund in case that happens in 26. And as with any reserve, we would have to tap that reserve each year in the operating cost and say, we're going to pay for this with the reserve, we're going to pay for this with the reserve. So it's not as if we're trying to use it to enhance services. It's just as a reserve of monies in case 26 ends up needing some additional revenue sources that we need to pull from.
So this basically just keeps us status quo. Like if we don't do this, we potentially lose everything, period.
Yeah, and it says a reserve to hedge against the anticipated shortfall in 26. That, I mean, it wasn't anticipated there would be embellishments on how we're doing our services and things like that.
So that does put a little bit more things in perspective. With that additional information, I will end up supporting this, but I really need to stress, if we do not.
You didn't mean it. No.
Are we just, so we're interrupting each other now. Cool. I am going to stress, and when it comes to the comp
It's the tie, it's the red tie.
Sorry. Turn the red as that tie.
Yeah, excuse me.
When it comes to the comp plan, and there's little things of, oh, but my constituents don't want this. No, I went out on a limb on this for what I think is actually a pretty big gamble. I expect some service on that side.
Talk about wishing for something on Christmas morning and it's there. As I said in my remarks, this is symbolic. We need at least status quo transportation. I like the idea of moving to on-demand. I think the county is doing that as well. I think that's the future of transportation. I'm just saying that we're going to fall off a cliff in 26. We won't have, whatever we do with the comprehensive plan, we're not going to have the ability to service people unless we start thinking about how we're going to take care of funding transportation in the next fiscal year, not the one we're discussing now. And so I actually probably should ask you not to vote for this. I'm trying to make a point here. And as far as the comp plan, I think everyone is taking the comp plan very seriously. I would point, though, when you say that there are people who don't want it, look at what's happening to the county plans. Every time, I mean, the state plan, every time they're going to various jurisdictions and they're asking the people that are there, do they want it, they say no. And the council members are supporting not going for new density. I mean, there's an unreal world that's swirling around us in terms of all of this housing and dealing with that. And that is a whole nother realm of discussion. But this was meant merely to make a point that we have to be thinking about what's happening to our transit system, not this year, but next year. And it was the finance director who made this point in her briefing to us at the very beginning. of the budget process, where she went through her good news, bad news, and all of the other things, and she pointed this out as one of the liabilities that we're facing, and that is not this year, but next year, there's a big hole, and we need to deal with that hole. So,
Alderman Pendell Charles, this side of the room needs some action here. It's been all this side of the room. And Regina has a graduation party to go to, so we're just.
What's that?
No.
Congratulations.
I have, congratulations. Alderman Arnett, I have a question. In the last iteration that we had, it was amendment number 50, and you had on here 1,304,437, and you've added 700,000 to this fund. I'd like to know how you got there.
I can answer that.
Somebody
That's
can
okay.
answer it anyway.
We revised, so initially, we only thought that that's what we had available in the one-time reserve. We've had the opportunity since then to do our projections for the rest of the year and see where we're gonna land. So we asked the alderman if he initially asked for 2 million, we didn't have that initially. We asked him if he wanted to revise his amendment, he said yes.
So would 1,304,437 be enough, Alderman Arnett, or you still want to go with the 2 million?
Actually, I don't want you to pass this. I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to bring it to your attention that we have a disaster heading in the next fiscal year. I do anticipate that in fiscal '26, if our departments perform and our budget performs in fiscal '25, as it has in the past, there will be a significant fall to the one-time only money, and probably all of that in fiscal '26 will have to go to transportation.
So you don't want us to pass this?
As I said, this is a symbolic amendment.
Because I'm confused, and the reason I'm confused, because I have the perfect place for the additional money, some of the additional money, to go to.
If you pass this, you undo all of the previous amendments that are relying on one-time only money.
No.
No.
A lot of it.
No, we have.
No. No, we have enough to cover this and the others.
Oh, all right.
Providing the projections would be what I think they're going to, what I'm projecting right now. It would not completely deplete the one-time reserve, but it would get it down probably to the lowest it's been in 5 years. And just so you know, if we don't pass this today, the money stays in the one-time reserve for future ideas, such as this in a year if we need it. One of the things that we talked about with the transportation fund is we need to start to look for other supplementary sources of revenue, because this is a one-time reserve. If we used it to help the transportation fund, we'd have to still be using for continual funding sources for that fund. So it would just be something to rescue the fund, stopgap if needed.
So this can only be used in transportation, is that correct?
No, it's the one-time reserve in the general fund. So
I have
As the amendment is written, yes.
Say that again.
As the amendment is written, if you pass the amendment,
But if there was some other thing that we needed, we could ask for that?
Amendments were already supposed to be submitted on May 15th.
Yeah, the amendment deadline has been passed.
You have to keep the overall intent.
But we could amend the amendment, couldn't we?
You have, in the past, what you all have decided on procedurally is to, you can change, modify the funding source, but the intent of the amendment has to stay the same.
Okay. I know I was, I guess I'm all wrong and crazy or whatever.
No.
I was going to possibly ask that we use it possibly for a grant writer or grant manager for the police department. But I guess I can't do that.
So we have a meeting with the police department in a few days to go through their positions and see if they have enough funding from other sources to fill some of those grant needs. So we're going to try to work that out with them based on their current budget levels. But we have to go through all the positions, which ones they don't need anymore, which ones they do want, and see how we can find those resources.
Because I know, I mean, based on what we've gleaned publicly, we're leaving millions of dollars on the table that we could utilize for even things that could be very beneficial when it comes to social services, even within the police department. So that's something that I do believe we need to take a closer look at, because there are funds out there that we could utilize if we just had a grant manager and a grant writer in the police department, and that would help even the Office of Community Services. But thank you so much.
Alderman Tierney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In all seriousness, as I see Director Moore there, everyone, I think, understands the relationship between parking revenue and the transportation fund. One supports the others. I remember, I don't know what it was, Gavin, 7 years ago, we tried to increase the parking rate down at City Dock, seeing the demand, and there was enormous pushback. And then I realized that maybe we didn't understand the relationship between parking and transportation. We got pushed back tonight in raising the rate for the workers from 3 to 5. We have to support transportation, and by the only avenue in doing that, other than, well, because especially now without the state funding, well, I hope, I don't want to say the only avenue, but maybe it is to really look at the parking rates. We have hired somebody specifically to do that, a parking coordinator, to implement, and Alderman Schottlemyre has spoken to this, is that, the closer you are downtown, the more valuable the resource is and the more you should pay for it. We have limited land and opportunity to do this, and one of those pieces of revenue is our parking facilities. So we all need to support and understand, if we are to make adjustments to the parking rate, it is in the interest of not only fixing our garages and all, but it is in the interest of supporting the transportation fund. And if we had this attitude for the last 8 years, we might have been in a little bit of a better position, but we still have a chance in doing that. We're the capital of Maryland, the city of Annapolis. Visitors should have no problem in paying $40 to park downtown in a newly built garage. I mean, this is the stuff that we need to look at, or else we're going to have a real problem in transportation, and we need to support this guy. So I had to say that as well. Thank you for bringing it up, Alderman Arnett.
Sounds like Cape Cod prices.
Okay. So yay or nay? Oh, so my yay or nay.
Okay, we're going to vote on this. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no.
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 Yes.
I think we might do a roll call.
Mayor Buckley,
No.
Alderman Savage,
No.
Alderman Arnett,
Yes.
Alderwoman Tierney,
No.
Alderwoman O'Neill,
No.
Alderman Pendle Charles,
Yes.
Alderman Finlayson,
Yes.
Alderman Shannon Meyer,
Don't you introduce cynical things and get things to happen. Yes.
Alderman Gay.
No.
Okay, that's defeated. 5-4.
I was just me, you, 1, 2, 3, 4.
He's got one amendment and it nearly voted.
Savage, O'Neill, and Tierney voted no.
All right, folks,
Katie,
two
thank you.
more. Amendment number 48. This amendment moves $56,200 of salary and benefits for the No Harm Outreach Support Navigator and Community Engagement Coordinator to special projects, where the rest of the program is budgeted, and will allow for additional funding for staff salaries.
So move.
Second.
Is there a number?
48.
Alderman
No, I mean,
O'Neill.
the number.
There is zero fiscal impact. We're moving it from one line item to another.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh.
That was my question. It was just removing from one line item to another.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson?
You don't need a speech on it, do you?
Nope.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. All right, 49.
Amendment number 49, sponsored by Alderwoman O'Neill. This amendment increases the planning costs and decreases construction costs within the Cedar Park sidewalk project by $50,000.
So moved.
Second.
The second.
Is this okay?
Did I get a second on that?
I seconded it.
Oh, sorry. Okay, great. I think we're all... All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Right.
That's it.
Well done, everybody. Give yourselves a round of applause. Alderman O'Neill?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to request a reconsideration of amendment number 44.
You were in the minority. You voted no or yes?
I voted no.
So you were in the minority. You can't request a, no, you can't. You have to be in the majority. That's Robert's Rules of Orders.
Oh, Lord. Good job. Man, we good. We are good.
So you're in the minority, Alderman O'Neill?
Yes.
Okay. Can you convince one of your colleagues to, so that I know what 44 is?
Ross is not helping. I have a little one.
He said yes. He said I could.
Are we up for the good of the order? No, I thought it was the majority.
No, if you were on the, I'm sorry, yes, you were on the winning side.
You're on the winning side. You can ask for reconsideration, but not the losing.
Mr. Mayor, can we get an order call? Real quick, just to shut down side chatter.
Mr. City Attorney, so you are in the minority side, so you can't request it?
Winning side has to request it.
Which one you talking about?
$30,000 for increasing 3 people's pay.
Okay.
44.
So we are going to not vote on these now,
Right,
right?
we're gonna finish the vote on those on Monday.
So we will postpone further action on 07-24 until the regular meeting on Monday, June 10th, 2024.
Right, because the finance, we did 49. We finished. It passed. Yeah.
Well, I
All
voted
right.
yes.
Mr.
Can I
City
ask-
Attorney, please present the next item on the agenda.
That concludes the business for today, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. For good order,
I
please.
can ask for,
Please sit down. Please sit down.
can I ask for 44? I was in the yes column.
Can we get some order in the room,
Yeah,
please?
we've gone past that. I'm
Bang it
afraid.
down.
Gone past that?
Yep.
You can ask for reconsideration?
Can I ask for reconsideration?
No, we've
Here.
finished the schedule. The attorney said we finished the schedule. And
Hey,
so
can we get
now-
order, please, if the mayor can't do, can't
Thank
hear
you.
what the mayor's saying, please? We're
thank
not
you.
finished yet.
That's my minder. Thank you very much. So we have finished the schedule. We're not going to reconsider it. And is there anything else for good order? Alderman Gay.
Let me just say, with 44, never my intention to make any employee feel uncomfortable. We were asked to provide supporting documentation for our amendments, and that was my sole intention. And this is addressed to the staff and the older people that feel that way. All I did was print out what was sent to me when I requested it from the staff when we put our budget questions together. That was sent to me from the city manager. I have no intention of undermining the city manager. I just was trying to create equity within positions that I care deeply about. That's all.
Understood.
Anybody else? Anything else for good order?
Hopefully our comp study will do that.
Not particularly.
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, could I get a second, please?
Second.
All right, just after 8 o'clock, meeting adjourned.
Right.